Hello and welcome to episode 4 of the RFGeneration Community Playthrough Wrap-Up. I'm your host Rich, or as many of you know me on the forums, Singlebanana. Joining me this month are my trusty band of loyal sidekicks, Floyd, known as Fleach on the forums, Jamie, known as techwizard, and Shawn, known as GreyGhost81. We'll also be joined by 2 special guests again this month, so stay tuned to see who they are. In the month of June, we played Suikoden on the retro side, and on the modern side, we played Shadow of the Colossus. Please remember that you can find our podcast at our home on RFGeneration, on Podomatic, and on iTunes. And you can speak with us via the forums on RFGeneration, through Twitter, or on our Facebook site. Thank you for joining us this month, so let's get into the games. So for the month of June, on the retro side, we played Suikoden, actually a game made by Konami on the PlayStation system. Shawn was our host for that month, so I'm just going to kick it over to him to give a kind of a brief description of the game.
Thanks, Rich. Yeah, we did something really cool this month and kind of switched up our roles. Typically, I'm doing a modern game with Floyd, and Banana and Techwizard are taking up the retro side, but we decided as a group we were going to flip it this month, so I was really excited about that because Sony PlayStation 1 is one of my favorite consoles. And after going over a few choices of games, I chose Suikoden, a game that I actually played for the first time about 2 years ago when I was really fresh to the RPG genre. So it was really cool to revisit this game with the playthrough community and really dig deep into it. The game came out in 1995 in Japan and was released in North America in 1996. Actually came out on the Sega Saturn, but only in Japan 2 years later. And there's also a Japanese Windows version, and there was a Japanese version on the PSP. It is on the PlayStation Network in North America, but it seems Japan got all those extra additions that we didn't get. It's a turn-based RPG, and the story is kind of loosely based on some Chinese mythology that I believe our special guest, Sir Psycho, will be able to explain a lot better than I can.
Yeah,
so I don't know if that's a good place to start here and introduce our guest.
That's right. Yeah, I was like, man, we probably need to introduce our guest here, right?
Yeah.
Probably should have done that at the beginning. So yeah, like Shawn said, our guest this month is Sir Psycho. So thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
It's fun to be here.
And just so that we kind of go through the game, I'll just rattle off the other participants. Myself, of course, Shawn, Sir Psycho, Highwind, Retro Rage, Disposed Hero, Dougley 007, and Beauchamp also joined us. So if you don't mind, real quick, Psycho, tell us a little bit about your history with the game.
My history with the game, this actually happened... I started the series after randomly renting Suikoden 3 from Blockbuster back when it was still pretty new. I remember I bought 4 and 5 brand new, so it's been at least since 2003, 4-ish. And then I played 1 and 2 quite a bit later.
Okay. How about yourself, Shawn? What's your kind of history with this game?
Well, like I said, in 2012 was actually the first year that I actually played any RPGs, and my dearly beloved late friend Jesse was the one who got me into these games, and he lent me both Suikoden 1 and 2 at the same time. And the only thing I knew about either one of those games is that Suikoden 2 was really valuable. Mm-hmm. So when he lent those to me, I knew... that it was kind of a special thing, but actually playing them was the truly special part because they're both amazing games. So yeah, that's when I first went through the first game, and the one of the things we're going to talk about is the recruitment of the NPCs and how you build an army. And it was really cool because the first time I played the game, I just kind of blew through it and just recruited anybody who I tripped over. But there's a little more nuance to it than that if you want to recruit all the people. So this time around, I tried a little bit harder, and I found my experience to be more rewarding.
Okay. Now, was that from the first time that both of you played it, was that something that you knew that you had to do? Was it pretty obvious, like playing it for the first time? I mean, my history is this is the first time I've ever played the game, so I'll have probably a different perspective than the two of you playing it. But when you played the game for the first time, was that something that you knew you needed to do? I remember it sort of mentioning it during the gameplay, but did you know that there were that many players that you could recruit in the game?
I knew it, but I'm not very much of a completionist when I play games. So there's a lot of games out there that are like this. The Persona series comes to mind too, where you have to form all the social links. And I'm not the kind of person who wants to find every single person or form every single social link in those kind of games. So I usually just let the game come to me, and whatever happens, happens. So it's more of my style. Like I knew that this was available, but that's just the way I played it the first time.
Right.
So,
okay.
What about you, Psycho?
Yeah, the back art usually advertises the fact that there's 108 stars of destiny.
Mm-hmm.
So you at least know that there's a lot of people to recruit. But when I first started, I didn't really care. I just wanted to play.
Okay, so you didn't go through the completionist part of it either.
And I think the first time I beat Suikoden 4, I only had like 60.
Okay. I'm sort of the opposite. I think I don't remember which participant also mentioned this. I think it was Beauchamp. I'm kind of one of those people. When I play something, I want to, especially when it comes to collections and things like that, I want to see it to the end. I want them all. And of course, I played this game, and for the sake of time, I did have a sheet with all the 108 stars on it that I used as I was playing it, just to make sure that I didn't miss any. And with the possibility of Suikoden 2 lingering, which we'll talk about later in the show, I definitely wanted to have the special gameplay elements that you get by having the 108 stars of destiny when you finish the game. So I guess the first thing that we can talk a little bit about maybe is the story, just kind of the storyline that went on with this game. Again, people that listen, there'll probably be a few spoilers along the way, but there were some really important storylines, and I just want to hear from you guys about those storylines and how you thought those worked in the game, and if it worked well.
I'd like to give a shout out to Milich's wardrobe. If we're going to be talking, about some of the stories, which a lot of them are based on the character arcs. So you have groups of characters or individuals that show growth and change, or just have something that needs to be done.
Not old Milich. He's just going to dress wild and crazy the whole time, right? No changing that character arc.
Not really. Just maybe he'll wear. He'll cross-dress less often, probably.
Yeah, that was funny. I remember playing the game at the beginning and just, I got a little bit of a late start on it, so I remember someone in the thread saying, be sure to look behind everything, look at all the suits of armor, look in drawers and things like that. And I went to Milich's house and just started looking through his cabinets and just cracking up. And I was that line from Breakfast Club popped in my head. Does Barry Manilow know you raided his wardrobe? I don't know if you remember that line from that movie or not, but it was pretty funny. Just negligees and everything else, just kind of cracking me up. Great sense of humor. This game, I thought it had a great sense of humor. So, and how about yourself, Shawn? Any particular story arcs that you liked during the game, or any that you want to point to?
I really liked the story of Fleach and his dragon Black, because you encounter them in the beginning of the game, and kind of just you're probably within the first half hour of playing the game, and you meet Fleach, and he's kind of a jerk, but you get to ride a dragon right at the beginning of the game, so that's really cool.
Right.
And then there's later in the game, when you actually kind of hook up with the Dragon Riders clan, he plays a very significant role, and it's very emotional what happens to his dragon and everything. So that was one of my favorite side stories.
Yeah. I did like that. It just kind of came full circle at the ending, with the cave and re-waking the dragons and not knowing what that kind of final ingredient was, which I'll kind of keep that to myself, just in case Floyd's listening to this. Floyd wanted me to be sure to tell everyone that the reason he's not joining us in this conversation today is because he does not want anything to be spoiled, and he's really looking forward to playing this game that he could not play in June. So there you go, Floyd. I told everyone so that you know.
Yeah, no promises. No promises. That's tough.
One of the story arcs that I really enjoyed about this game, there were two, as far as, I guess you can rename the character, but his name is Tyr, right? T-I-R?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Two of the storylines that I thought were kind of important and kind of pushing this game were the Ted storyline and the Jermio storyline as well. Sort of these people who had been around with Tyr his entire life. The Jermio storyline, yeah, it was fairly interesting. I think for a while I really got tired of having Jermio in my party because it wasn't really that interesting of a character and not very good at combat either, in my opinion. But the Ted storyline, I really, really enjoyed that storyline, coming from him being so old and then playing such an important part with the rune, I thought was pretty incredible.
Oh yeah, let's take a moment and talk about the kind of the setting and this world that this game is set in. The whole series, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, please do, man. And if you wouldn't mind, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if you want to throw in some of the background as far as the traditional mythology that is kind of rooted in this game, I'd appreciate that if you can.
Well, the series got a lot of inspiration from one of the great Chinese novels. It's considered one of the 4 great classics. I'm probably going to be butchering the name. It's Shui Hu Zhuan, but it's where the game gets the ideas of the Stars of Destiny. And in that game, or not in the game, in the novel, there's a story of a bunch of bandits in the mountains, basically, or on the marshes, that kind of gather up the 108 spirits, which are Stars of Destiny. And then from there, they just kind of make an army and then are legitimized by the government, the Song Dynasty. And it's based in Taoism and various Chinese mythologies and Eastern philosophies. So there's a lot of that shows up in the game. But also just what makes the entire setting set apart from other RPGs is in Final Fantasies, every game basically takes place on a different planet that's really tiny. But in Suikoden, each game takes place in a different country on the same planet. So you'll have characters that can possibly jump from one game to another, and there's a timeline in the series as well. Ted, he actually shows up in Suikoden 4, which takes place 150 or so years before Suikoden 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then Fleach, which you already mentioned, he's one of the few to jump from 1 to 2 and then to 3. Because from 1 to 2 there's a 3-year gap, and then from 2 to 3 there's 15 years.
Oh, okay.
So there's not...
Cool.
Fleach is young enough to make that jump.
Okay.
And then Ted, one of the reasons why his arc is rather tragic is because he wields one of the true runes, which basically anyone that wields a true rune is immortal, so they don't age, and they can't die naturally. So when Ted shows up and whatnot, he's not going to die, but he does eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tyr takes over the rune, and that's kind of where the whole game starts, and it's based heavily on the ideas of destiny, with the stars and whatnot. Everyone's born under a certain star, and they have a certain role to play. Sarah's role is to wash clothes.
Right.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. That's cool. Yeah, I didn't really pick up on that, and being a first-time player, had not really dug into the mythology of the game, and so it's very interesting. And from my perspective, and hearing what you just said, I thought the game really translated well for a U.S. audience, or a North American audience, I should say, not U.S. But I think it really, some things don't always translate well, but I thought this game did a really good job, and had such a just a human side to it, as far as the storyline, that it really translated well and did a great job.
Yeah, it really does, and that's one of the things that I really liked about this game, is that it's so well written, and the relationships with the people in the game that you have, even if it's just a one-off character who has a little side story, you really feel like you do have this like sense of a ragtag like team with the people who are helping you. And then of course like the main characters, it's funny, I didn't feel, I know that Ted is a main character, and his story arc is so central to the main story, but I felt more of a connection with a few of the other characters than I did with him, which isn't to say I didn't like him or I didn't, understand his role, but I actually did like the Gremio storyline a little bit better. But I think that's just a preference, but the way those characters were written was pretty amazing. Even like Cleo and some of their other names are escaping me right now, but
what, you haven't memorized all 108?
No, there's so many. I have the list in front
plus
of me.
Plus the additional characters that you don't recruit.
Right. Yeah, and I didn't get them all. I know you guys got them all. I only got about 100. I missed a few somewhere or another, but I also used a guide. So you would think I would get them all using a guide, but I didn't. But like I said, way more than the first time I played the game. So
okay. Well, how do you feel about that? For instance, do you think 108 is that too high of a number? Is it just about right? I mean, was it enough to keep you interested in finding these different characters?
For me, yes, but well, I don't know. It's hard to say like, oh, I wish there was more. I wish there was less. I guess I could say it's just right. You know what I mean? It seemed manageable. I guess I only missed a few here and there. I don't know. I don't know what I did wrong or whatever, but it was fine. Yeah.
I think there were some. I think there were some people that had a little bit of a criticism of the game, saying that well, how would I find these people? I mean, there's no way. Without the internet and being able to use guides and things like that, there's no way I would have been able to find all of these 108 characters. But when the game came out, internet was there, believe it or not. In 96 it was there, but it was very primitive at that time. So there weren't a lot of things that you could do, not a lot of search engines that you could click on to find information on Suikoden. I'm imagining there's probably a few sites, but it seems like it was just kind of a different time for gaming, and I kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit as well, and how at that time people were able to find this sort of information on these games.
Yeah, and I do kind of agree. I do see that what you're saying with that criticism. I did see people making that kind of complaint, and there is something to that. I mean, there's some people that you will find simply by you're in a town that has some kind of story event, and the way to find that person is to leave the town and then step right back into the town, and there'll be a new recruit there. And it's, unless you realize that and start training yourself to go back into every town, you're gonna miss them. So there is something to that. I don't know what it would be like to play this game before the guides were out. I mean, I guess you'd have to ask your college roommate or a kid on the playground or what. Like, I don't know.
Or you just have to go out and buy the Prima unofficial guide, which I'm still hunting down, and that's harder to find than the guide for 2.
Yeah, I definitely remember those days, and going from being in the dorms and going from room to room, playing some of the RPGs and finding new things, and telling your friends about what you found. It was a pretty cool time, and And there were still things like Nintendo Power, several other different magazines that you could get, helpful tips in. And one thing I did like about the game was that it was very easy to go from city to city. You had a device that could transport you back to the castle, and then there you had the ability to teleport to any city you wanted to, basically. And the map I didn't think was so vast that you couldn't do, a good deal of searching,
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And I kind of trained myself to start going in a circuit through all the cities that I'd already been to. And, just every time a major story event happened, to go and recheck every town, basically.
Yeah. And some characters were fairly obvious, too. It's like, oh, you're not strong enough yet for me to join you. Well, of course, you just need to level up, I mean, it's, some of it was kind of a no-brainer. And some of it was, just by happenstance. I think one of the characters was Clive, who just randomly shows up, when your castle's level 4.
Oh, yeah. People were complaining about him.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to get him on like the second or third time I walked into town. But I spent like an hour grinding for the nameless urn, so I know what it's like.
Yeah, I just happened to come across the nameless urn just in a battle. Just randomly walking from, one town to another. Just came across it. I was like, oh, I'll just hold on to that. And there it was in my inventory, of course, when I visited the shopkeeper. So
yeah, and that right there is definitely the difference between the first time I played the game and this time, because I decided that I was going to get Jabba, who is the character we're talking about.
The appraiser.
Yeah, and I knew, okay, I want an appraiser in my castle, so I knew I had to go to the area where that nameless urn was getting dropped by the fairy boy, is actually the enemy that was dropping it most commonly. So find an area of fairy boys and just, fight as many as you can until you get one. It didn't take too long, but like I would have never done that if, in my normal like play style, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to do that. But this time I wanted an appraiser in my castle, so I went for it.
Well, while we're on the subject, let's talk a little bit about the castle building, and the reshaping of the castle and how that took place. Just want to kind of get you guys' thoughts on that.
So the headquarters is a pretty interesting mechanic, since most other RPGs will just have you run from place to place and not really care about anything. Headquarters in Suikoden is something that you build. You recruit stars and they show up and wander around headquarters, or they open up a shop. Or there's an addition where people live and just kind of hang out or train. So it really made you feel like you were building an army.
And not only that, it made you feel like you were sort of building your own town too, right? I mean, the castle had everything that you could basically find in the outside world.
Oh, just wait for Suikoden 2.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I was going to ask about that. That was going to be my next question. Is it sort of the same premise? Is there that kind of castle building as well?
It's literally a village that you rebuild from ruins.
Okay, awesome. Well, we have something to look forward to. So, any thoughts, Shawn, on the castle building, or anything that you particularly enjoyed about it?
Yeah, I actually like that the castle starts out as a dungeon that you have to go through, so you feel like you kind of conquer it, and the boss of that cave is kind of challenging pretty early on in the game, so you really feel like you accomplish something when you take over the castle. And I just like having the characters having their own, like some of them have their own side quests pretty much, like the painter needs all the different color paints, and like you can gamble with some of the, you can play the parlor games with the guys who would have been doing that out in the world, or
the spa.
Right, you have your bath that you can decorate with the antiques that you find throughout the world. And I actually mentioned on the forum that the first time I played through the game, I didn't find Marie, who was the innkeeper.
Oh,
so
wow.
like I stupidly had to sail across to the next city over to save my game. But this time I wised up and I found her pretty early in the game. So then you have an inn that you can save in the castle, and I thought that was cool, like kind of interacting. It's not just that you recruit a person then they're in your army. You can actually go further and do things and get stuff. You can get the books for the one guy, and like I said, the paints for the other guy, and he paints you a nice logo and everything, the graphic from the game. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah. I like, too, how the castle changed. There were 4 stages of the castle, and I liked how everything changed and it swapped, it kind of swapped, and rooms would be built in different locations. People would move throughout the castle through the game. I thought that was just really neat, and just kind of, it showed a kind of a progression, as you're recruiting more people, the people that are staying there are really like working to build this castle and make it a home for all these recruits, and I thought that was just a really neat part for the game.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd like to give another shout out to Gaspar for funding the war efforts.
Yeah, definitely.
through gambling, of course. He's not going to fund them, he's not going to be willingly funding them, but if you take his money enough, he will give enough money. I think someone mentioned that on the forums. I can't remember. Maybe it was you, Psycho, who mentioned that.
It was.
Yeah, I gave the full walkthrough of how to get him. It's like, you'll want him, free money.
Yeah. And the free money basically came in handy quite a bit. I think one of the things, and this will be a good transition, is that one of the things a lot of people complained about, seemed to be the most common complaint about this game, was basically the inventory system and the armor system. Just to kind of give people a background who might not have played the game, each character had his and her own armor. You could only carry 6 characters at one time, and so if you swapped out characters, they would take the armor with them. It would not stay behind. So you would have to either take it off of them before they left, and you had limited inventory space, or you would just have to rebuy everything, which is what I did. I mean, I just gambled and just bought the most updated equipment that I could once I had the castle. So curious to hear you guys' thoughts and what your strategy was at that time.
Inventory in this game it's old school. It's like if you were playing like an old school PC game where you have like a D&D party of 5 and everyone has their own inventory. And then you had to manage them. And a lot of people didn't like that. I think it's one of the weaknesses of the game too. Mm-hmm. But later games in the series go to a more community inventory where there's just one big inventory and then each character just has their own armor and then some extra slots for like scrolls for magic spells, extra armor like an accessory like boots or something, and then or healing items.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things that it is definitely a major flaw of the game, but people like us who love the game, we just basically are apologists for the game, and we say, you know what, it gets better in the next game. They pretty much fixed it, like Psycho's saying, in the next game, so just deal with it. And it's really, one of the only major complaints that you can have with the game, and you get used to it,
Oh, of course. And I think we had a similar complaint with Phantasy Star when we played it for the Sega Master System. The inventory system on that was pretty horrible too. But as time goes by and as games get reworked and better, obviously the designers listen to the fans, the people who played the game. And they said, hey, we're going to fix this the next time. This is something that people just didn't care for. You can't knock it out of the park 100%. And I think with this being one of the very, very few complaints that people had about the game, I think it says a lot about the game and a lot about the developers and how successful it really was. Now, we mentioned that with armor, that was something that you had to swap out: armor, accessories, helmets. But one thing that you didn't swap out were weapons. That was a different system on its own altogether, right?
Yeah, and this actually doesn't change through the series. You gotta go to blacksmiths and have them sharpen your weapons, and it's very expensive.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I actually, I don't know that I've ever played an RPG that has a really like a weapon sharpening system. It's usually, you just find different weapons, throughout the game. So I thought it was interesting. I actually liked it because, unlike the armor, I didn't have to swap it out or, keep gambling to get more money to buy the best armor. I could just gamble and, get enough money to sharpen my sword and kind of done with it, right?
Yeah, and a lot of characters end up with weapons that fit their personality or their history. Like Flick's sword is named Odessa.
Okay. Oh, right. And they do get into that whole sword naming idea in the game as well. Or at one point, Warrior's Village, right?
Yeah, they're pretty big on it, but everyone has a name for their weapon.
Right, and in most cases, the name can change as you upgrade it, which is pretty cool. Mm-hmm. Like Odessa becomes Odessa Plus, and other weapons go from having cool names to even cooler names, so it's pretty neat.
Yeah. So while we're talking about the weapons, I think we can move on and talk a little bit about combat and the combat sequences.
Right on.
Yeah. This is a really cool game for that. There were 3 types of combat sequences, right? And I kind of wrote these down. There was sort of like your regular kind of group combat, where you had 6 characters. You could have up to 6 characters at one time fighting, unless you were Beauchamp and you ran out of the town fighting by yourself.
Right.
Let's see. There was like a battlefield sort of strategy part game that we'll talk about, and then there was also a one-on-one type combat as well, right? Where it was one of your characters versus like a general or another sort of character in the game. So maybe we should just talk a little bit about group combat first.
Yeah, if I may, I'd love to take this one because I feel like this is one of the major strengths of this game for its time. I mean, first of all, like all the attacks happen not exactly simultaneously, but the action is not, okay, one person goes, then the enemy goes, then the next person goes, then the enemy goes. Your characters are kind of all just jumping into the fray at once, and things are happening, and the camera's zooming in and out, and it's all very dynamic. And when you get a critical, it zooms all the way in, and it's really satisfying. But then on top of that, you have free will, which is, it just makes everybody attack. So it doesn't always work depending on your party configuration, because if you have somebody who's like a really strong spellcaster, you don't want to just have them do nothing, or you don't want to have them attack because it'll be useless. However, like for just common enemies that, you can plow right through, you can free will it every time. And it really, like, for an RPG, and this isn't like a super grindy game even, but for a lot of RPGs, you're going through hundreds and hundreds of these battles, and it seems like the developers in this game were really smart about ways to make it happen a lot faster and not have you just sit there and get bored just mashing the attack button.
We're looking your way, Magical Star Sign.
Right. But no, there's so many games like, okay, what do you want this person to do? What do you want the next person to do? What do you want, So where you can either free will it, or you can, you can do, actually, we should talk about the Unite attacks, which
absolutely
we had a lot of talk on the forum about the Unite attacks and how kind of, there's not that many, right? There's only about 15, but so it's one of those things where, it's not like super useful. There's not a ton of utility to it, but Psycho actually brought up a few good ones. And
Kai.
Kai and Tyr have their master and student attack, which basically is a very strong attack against all of the foes that you have at once.
I used that the entire game. I mean, that got me through. Oh yeah, I mean that got me through dungeons. I mean, I never had to heal like going to bosses. Just using that, I used that the entire game.
It's OP.
It was awesome.
Right.
It's completely
so that's
OP.
another.
Yes.
Right, that's another thing that just kind of lets you plow through the enemy. I used Meg and Jupo's trick attack. I mentioned this on the forum. I really like Meg's just character art. I thought she was very cute, so I used her, and her and Jupo have they have an attack, all Unite attack, that it doesn't do as much damage as the master and student attack, but it's just really cute. And I'm a sucker for good attack animations, especially like special attack animations and battle cries in RPGs and stuff like that. So it's almost like a sensory thing more than it is a gameplay thing. Like I like the sound effects and stuff like that. So that's the Unite attacks were another thing that just streamlined that battle system so much. It's awesome. I love it.
You can also mix in the unite attacks with high level magic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you explain that? I don't think I even did that, or
either.
if I did, I didn't know about it.
If you have like 2 elements casting level 4 magic in the same turn, they might combine for a higher effect. So you'll have like a super spell.
Huh. I didn't even know that was part of the game. I had no idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I did that at all. If I did, I didn't know it.
Magic is kind of just on the fringe for being useful in the game. If you take a magician along, you'll pretty much just save him for the boss, because it's not like an MP pool where you can use an item and restore it.
That's right.
It's like a use system. So when you see that you have 5 next to the spell, that means you can use it 5 times. So
that's right.
So you want to blow all 5 of those on the boss.
Yeah, that's a very good point to clarify, Psycho. I actually, now that you mention it, I use Luke, who is by many accounts the strongest mage in the whole game. I only used him in the very beginning of the game and on the final boss. So I totally get what you're saying there. But yeah, there's no MP. There's just you can only use your spell so many times, and that's it. So yeah, definitely magic. Like you said, it's kind of on the margins in this game, but very good point.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I used Helen at endgame, just because she had the earth magic, that could damage all the heads, because there was some immunity at the end of the game. So I actually, got her powered up and was able to, use her for the end. Her armor was terrible, but the good thing is if you put them on the back row, you didn't have to worry too much. The top at the back row, it seemed like when you would get attacked by enemies, there was a certain area where the enemies would attack more often than others, unless they were, magic enemies. But one of the things I wanted to talk about, since we're still talking about sort of the regular kind of group combat, was the idea of the rows, and how there was a limitation as far as what your group could consist of, because you had short, medium, and long range characters.
Yeah, you can only put short range characters in the front row, or else they sit in the back row and get angry at you and do nothing.
Yeah.
Medium characters are very useful because you can put them in the front or the back. It doesn't matter. And long range, you can put them in the front, but they're usually weaker with defense, so you should put them in the back.
Yeah, I think I got at one point stuck, and I think it was the battle that was in Kobold Village, where you got, I can't remember the guy's name.
Kuromini.
Okay. You get him, and then he automatically gets placed at the back row, and he's a short range character, so you can't do anything with him but heal during that battle. Which was kind of unfortunate, because you just kind of get thrown in. He joins, and then you get thrown into the battle. But other than that, I really didn't have a problem with it, except I got a little annoyed because some of my stronger characters I definitely wanted to use, and wanted to keep them in. I was like, I wish they were at least medium range so I could use them on, on both sides.
Yeah, so you could have some characters, like there's a lot of hidden stats though too. Like there's a lot of stats in this game. Like one of them, the SKL, I think it would translate to like the skill stat, is like accuracy. There's like Victor, he's really strong. He hits like a truck, but his skill is low, so he misses a lot. So you kind of have to weigh that option when you're building a party.
Or other times you're forced to actually use characters, right? I think you're actually forced to use Victor and Flick at the end.
Yeah, you're forced to use both of them quite a bit. Victor and Flick play huge roles in this game.
And as far as going forward, do they play huge roles?
They play just as big of a role in Suikoden 2 as they do in this game.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's talk a little bit about one of the other combat sequences, which was the battlefield strategy combat.
That one's a bit more simplistic. It's just rock, paper, scissors, but you don't know what your opponent's doing until you get ninjas, and then you always know what they're doing.
Yeah, the ninjas are very helpful. Always recruit the ninjas. Always a good idea for this game, especially on those battlefield sequences. And I didn't know this, but you can actually lose characters during that battlefield sequence. Did you guys ever come across that?
I've had it happen very rarely to me, maybe once or twice in all the times I've played these games.
Now, do you still get a good save if you lose a character? Do you know?
Depends. Sometimes they just get wounded, which happens fairly often. But very rarely they'll just straight up die, and then they're gone forever.
Okay. Because I had my recruitment board, and I saw the characters still on the recruitment board. They were blacked out on the recruitment board, which showed that I had gotten them as one of the 108 stars. But during the ending, they were not included. They were included in the ending where it kind of describes what they're doing now. Where are they now? Ending. And it just said that character was dead. And I was like, oh man, if I just played this entire game and did not get a good save.
Yeah, that's a bad save.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's brutal.
That sucks. I'm just learning that now. Live. My disappointment live.
Your final screen, if you get all 108 and they're all alive, it should show Tyr and Gremio standing next to each other.
Nope, that did not happen. Oh.
You could probably.
Wah, wah.
Yeah, I'd just download a save. You could probably find them anywhere.
All right.
I'll send you one.
There you go.
All right. So, and then the third, I guess, that kind of covers the battlefield strategy. There's different things you could do. You could basically charge attack. You could do a magic attack, or you could do bows, right? And each one, it was sort of like you said, rock, paper, scissors. One took care of the other. And the only way you can kind of tell or get any idea was just by using ninjas. I thought it was fun. It was an interesting element of the game, and it took it outside of just single combat, and it allowed you to use the people that you had recruited. And I thought that was interesting to get to hear them sort of become their characters and sort of like yell things at the other side or criticize the other side, before attack. So I thought that was a really neat factor for the game.
I wanted one of them to scream out, "Your mother smells of elderberries." But it never happened.
Sounds like time for a ROM hack or something.
Could be.
Get on that. So the third style of combat was another type. It was sort of like battlefield strategy in that it was sort of like a rock, paper, scissors where you had three options. It was the one-on-one battles. There was a really important one-on-one battle during the game that I definitely think we should cover and we should talk about. But Shawn, you just want to tell us a little bit about that what one-on-one battling was for the game?
Yeah, sure. Because I guess other than we talked about the item inventory, and I said that was my only kind of complaint about this game. But honestly, the one-on-one duels would also be a major complaint of mine, because basically it's the same kind of thing, rock, paper, scissors, but what your opponent does is telegraphed by what he says, and really the only way to know what he's going to do is to read a guide. Otherwise you're just going to guess and kind of hope you don't get killed. Unless Psycho has something to add to that. That's the way I saw it, and I've always used guides for these duels, even the first time I played the game, because I think that's just kind of, it's BS, basically. I don't know any other way to put it, but maybe Psycho can elaborate on that.
A lot of times you can just tell what they're going to do by what they say. Like if they say, "Oh man, I better take it easy," or something along those lines, they're probably going to guard. Or if they go, "Man, that hurt, I'm going to go all out," they're probably going to use their special attack. Right.
Sort of like an all-out attack.
And then an in-between will probably just be a regular attack. But sometimes there's somewhere you're not quite sure. So you gotta think a little bit.
I was going to say, I'll buy that to a certain extent, but a lot of them are pretty ambiguous. And when you have a character on the line, let's say, you want to get it right, Yeah,
there is a really, really big duel starring our good friend Pawn. And if he loses, he's gone for good. And I think someone lost him.
I did.
Did you lose him this playthrough too, Shawn?
Yeah, I totally wasn't ready. And when I got to the part with his duel, I saw in the guide it said, make sure Pawn is a certain level and has a really sharp weapon. And it's like, oh, I haven't used him the entire game. So he got killed on the first hit.
Yeah. The good thing about that battle was that you could save right before. I think that was a castle sequence. Usually before you would go into any of these combat sequences, especially the battlefield strategy sequence or the one-on-one sequence, a lot of times you could save right before it, and that was really nice. I think the only time that you couldn't do that, and I remember someone complaining about this, was where you had to fight, was it Rwanda?
Yeah.
You had to fight this dragon before you fought him, and so you had this really tough boss battle with this dragon, and you went right into this battle with Rwanda, which was
you're talking about Kwanda Rosman?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
He's the first general,
right?
And then you fight his boss fight, and then immediately go into the first one-on-one duel, which caught a lot of people off guard.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what he's saying. And that was one of those like kind of pacing and checkpointing issues.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right though, Rich. Other than that, you pretty much get a really good warning like we're going to attack so and so. Are you ready?
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, I better go save my game before whatever happens next.
Yeah. And that's what I was doing, just sort of if I lost someone or if I lost the duel, I would just reset. And I was pretty sure the first time I did it with Pawn, I actually died. So I just hit the reset button and went through it again, and I think died again, and then hit the reset button. And on the third try, I was able to save him. With the little heads up, I knew that was a fight that I could actually win. And I think maybe for some people playing the game, from the beginning, probably think that, oh, you're supposed to lose that fight. I can imagine the first people playing it, because I'm sure not everyone had him leveled up, when they were playing.
Yeah.
So I could, definitely see that happening. But I agree with you, Shawn. It was sort of one of the things I could have done without. I mean, it made the game a little more personal. I think it put certain characters on a personal level, like instead of fighting General with Tyr, like the father-son battle, you got Pawn, who's just like, step aside, this is my fight, and,
right.
And so it does kind of aid in the story a little bit.
I think that's exactly what it is. They're giving the player a little bit of agency in something that he wouldn't usually have agency. Like a major battle might be a cutscene in another game, but here you have kind of a little mini game to kind of play to get through a major battle or a major duel in the story. So it's kind of cool, and it's one of those. It's another thing that kind of improves in the sequel. In Suikoden 2, actually, the battle sequences are more of a strategy game, like literally, like with tiles, and you're moving your units on the tiles and everything. So it's definitely, again, something they developed a little bit better in the sequel. So.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
right.
The big army battles, the strategy battles in Suikoden 2, it's kind of like you're just jumped from Suikoden into like Fire Emblem.
Huh.
Yeah, it's really cool, actually.
I actually rank it as my number 2 in the whole series, but Suikoden 5, man, those real-time ones are awesome. So if you guys are interested still after playing 1 and 2, you should check out 3 and 5 on the PS2.
Okay, great. We did talk about combat and sort of compared it to hand-to-hand combat versus magic. We did say this game is not a very magic-friendly game. There's not a lot of magic in it. It's compared to something like Magical Star Sign, which was basically all magic, no combat. It kind of flips around on this, where magic is basically something that's often just used for boss battles. And I think Psycho said that's where he used it, and I have to agree. That's where I was using all my magic. I was just kind of saving it up, for those battles. But one type of magic we didn't talk about was healing, and so I just wanted to kind of briefly touch on that for a minute.
Yeah, briefly is right. I don't remember using. I think I had for a little section of the game, I had LaPont and Eileen, and I believe Eileen has some healing spells, but for the most part, I just relied on medicines and mega medicines, which are the healing items. So, yeah, it definitely played a really small role for me, at least.
Yeah, there's only a few healing spells in the game. There's the water runes, the water and flowing rune. But most of the healing spells are single target anyway, so you might as well just use medicine.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And I think with an unlimited supply of money, which the game has, things like medicine are not hard to come by. Some people did say something about the inventory system as far as medicine. They mainly just kind of stacked in sixes. And just kind of go along with what we were talking about. I meant to pull this quote earlier, but it's something that Retro Rage said. He says, I don't like to have to constantly swap items with people. That makes buying and equipping weapons and armor a nightmare. I wish if it was a community of things, so something was unequipped, I could easily equip it on someone. A lot of times I bought an item I didn't know I already had because someone else had it sitting idle in their inventory, and that just kind of goes back, to what we were saying. But I did want to give him some credit for that as far as bringing that up on the forums, and I think it went into a really good discussion. And anyone who's interested in seeing a little more about that, please check that out on the link to the Suikoden thread. Let's see. Did you guys have anything else that you wanted to mention about the game? Anything that stood out or enjoyed, disliked about the game?
Another thing that stands out with the game is just the story itself. A lot of other games are just like, oh, the world's in danger, save it. But this is very much as much of a political thriller as it is like a save the country type of story. Because there's all kinds of stuff going on behind the scenes with generals and black magic and an emperor. And you find out that not all of it is as it seems. Like, you just think that the emperor is corrupt, and right at the, not to spoil anything, but our good dragon buddy gives him a visit, and he's just like, yeah, go ahead and take that plant. Just do it. I don't care.
Yeah. It was, and the way I described it was the king is not, not really corrupt. It is the king. It's Barbarossa, but he's sort of poison-hearted, right? Apparently Wendy, the magician, looks like someone that he was very fond of, and so that sort of poisons him. From what I understand, it was less of sort of like a magical kind of control. He was actually in control. It was just he was just bewildered by this lady.
Yeah, she has a resemblance to his wife who has passed on, so he's actually a widower.
Right.
And Wendy is where all the bad mojo came from, because she's been chasing Ted for hundreds of years. Because she also has a true rune, and she wants two of them so she could be even more true and more powerful.
Right.
So let's talk a little about boss battles in this game. Overly difficult? Are there any that you really struggled with? Any that you particularly enjoyed, disliked?
I've found in general that, actually, just to throw it out there, that this isn't really a hard game. Like I said, there's not a lot of, at least for me, I didn't find that I had to grind a lot, and the game kind of makes it hard to grind because it lets you hit a ceiling and then you just stop getting EXP, basically. And there were a few boss battles that, maybe the first time you get your butt kicked and you want to chuck the controller, but you'll get through it if you just think it through. But just to backpedal a little, I wanted to just kind of echo Psycho's sentiment about the story. I also was really, one of the things that really sticks out about this game for me, from my personal experience, is the story. Just because you have all this political intrigue, and there's spies and all this other stuff, and like Psycho was saying, it's not everything is as it seems, and I think it's kind of cool that it's a game based on political rebellion, and it's almost it does kind of almost make it weird that you're fighting all these monsters and stuff that are some things that are from more traditional RPGs, but that the overall story is one of this political intrigue that's really sets it apart for me from from other games. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah. But would it be boring if all you did was fight other humans the entire game? I mean, the monsters...
I'm not saying I would want it any other way. It's just kind of a funny quirk, you know?
Yeah.
And there is magic, you know, like Psycho was saying, there's magic central to the main story.
That's right.
You know, as far as Wendy and Ted and everything. So it's not like totally out of place that it's supposed to be this like grounded in reality type of world, you know, so...
And you do get that at the end. They do tell you that Wendy is the one that bringing these monsters to fight.
Right.
You do get that very close to the end of the game, which is you know, maybe would have been a little bit helpful at the beginning of the game, but at the same time, you have to wait for that to develop as far as the story, because you know you're sort of realizing what the problem is, and that Wendy is sort of the source of this problem. So.
You're right. It's true. It's not exactly clear to you in the beginning. I wasn't kind of putting that together as I was saying that, but yeah, that's definitely true.
One of the things I did want to talk about a little bit is the final boss battle. I thought that was a really cool battle. I really enjoyed, you know, that each of the heads had a specific resistance, which I don't know about you, Psycho, but I did use Shawn's drawing, which was amazing, by the way.
Thank you.
I would love to have a poster of that to put in my damn game room, because it was so great, the little stick figures in the heads. And the best part about it was, like, seeing that drawing, and then, like, actually I was like, oh, man, this is gonna, like... just trying to figure out what the battle at the end was going to look like and what was going to be, and that's all this massive dragon, and I just started laughing. It was so great. That was awesome. That was just one of those things. It's like, man, I really don't want to click on this spoiler, but this is just being built up so much that I have to see this.
Yeah, and right after that was posted is when I showed up with my final boss strategy, which you used. I'm not sure if very many other people used it, the Hellion one, because using her circumvents all those immunities.
Uh-huh.
And she has a buff.
Right.
Yeah, I used that actually. After seeing your recommendation to do it, that's what I did, and I had to sort of level her up, which kind of brings me to another point of something I liked about the game. I wanted to talk about, and I'll throw this out there before I forget it. I really liked how well you could bring in new characters and how quickly they would level up. I really like the level up system on this game.
Yeah, if they survive, they level up fast.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just great to be able to, you know, that you don't just have to do all this crazy grinding to get them up to the level you're at. It's really balanced and adjusted really well so that they can earn experience, and if there's characters you want to take to the end of the game or that you want in certain parts of the game, you know, you can just put them on the back row basically and just level them up, especially, you know, taking out a lot of trash mobs. And I thought that was just a really, really well done part of the game, and something that the developers really put a lot of thought and time into.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Well, guys, any other thoughts about the game?
It seemed like some people had some problems with the music.
Okay.
And
you know, I was just going to throw out, and I'm sorry, we're just like kind of pushing for time, so I just want to throw it out there. Like, maybe we should wrap it up with talking about the graphics and sound. A lot of people did complain about the music. I love the music in this game, and I love the graphics. So, I mean, maybe if we could talk about that.
Sure.
I love the graphics as well. They've beautifully drawn 2D sprites in a 2D world and background. And in battle, the backgrounds are 3D. So it kind of shows you the power of the PlayStation's 3D capabilities while using sensible 2D sprites.
Yeah,
exactly, and it's awesome.
I thought so too. Even the first time playing this, I thought, because I'd played RPGs around the same time. I'm not sure if he mentioned this, but Final Fantasy III for the Super Nintendo came out in '94. Suikoden came out in '96, and then Final Fantasy VII came out in 1997, just to give our listeners a little bit of perspective where this game fell in. And I thought the graphics were wonderful. I thought they were great. And one of the things I like the portraits of everyone. Those are really well done and beautiful. The sprites I thought looked really good. for the time that it was out. And, just a beautiful game altogether, I thought. The music, I'll probably differ with you guys on the music, sorry. And you may have seen that on the forums. I did not hate the music, but I thought that at times some of the music got a little bit repetitive, and some of the tunes really weren't long enough, and it just kind of looped upon itself in certain places, especially the castle.
Oh yeah, that one gets graded into your head because it's only about a minute long, and then anytime you got to do anything in the castle, it's probably going to take at least 5 minutes, so you're going to hear it 5 times.
Right. And that'd be my only knock on the game as far as the music. I thought in other places it was wonderful, and the way it changed up was great, and it was really well done. So I'm not attacking it in that sense. I just think some of the pieces could have been a little bit longer, and not been so repetitive, and that was my only concern with that. So
yeah, I don't disagree with the music in the castle getting a little annoying. I think maybe it didn't get to me as much as it got to some people as far as being repetitive, but that's totally valid to me. I think one of the best things about the music is during those like tender moments when you have that like acoustic guitar come in. I don't know if you guys probably know what I'm talking about.
Are you talking about the Moonlit Night theme?
I'm sorry, I don't know the actual name of it, but I'm sure that's what it is. Just it's usually takes place during some kind of dramatic, tender conversation in the game, and it's so beautiful and so perfect.
I think the first time you hear it is when you're talking to Odessa in the middle of the night.
Okay, yeah, that sounds right. I can't swear by it, but yeah, that's such a beautiful piece of music. Oh, yeah. And it's used to great effect, like such great effect for a text only, you're reading the text on a screen type RPG. Man, it really gets the job done.
A lot of the best songs in this game come back in Suikoden 2 and for the rest of the series. So you have that to look forward to. The Moonlit Night theme is one of them. The theme of narcissism, which you hear with like Milich and Gregminster. And then I liked a lot of the town themes because they varied. You didn't just hear the same town theme every time you walked into any town.
Right.
There could be 3 towns next to each other, and they all have a different song.
Yeah, and they definitely lend to the character of the towns, which is pretty cool.
So, before we move on and talk about the future of the podcast here, what we're going to be doing in a few months, as far as the playthrough, I thought there was an interesting statement on the forums, and I'll let you guys address it. Another sort of something that someone had a problem with the game, they said character development is one of the most important things for them, and I thought a lot of why I had issues with starting was just there was just so many of them, and the storyline doesn't directly involve many of them, so you don't develop feelings and depth for a lot of them. And I want to say this was by one of our guys that plays a lot of our games, Beauchamp. And I want to say this is sort of like one of the things he said about it, but to be fair, he ended up loving the game. He started out, he had some issues with it and some gripes about the game, but I think all in all, he ended up just championing this game by the end, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I just wanted to hear what you guys had to say about that as far as, character development in this game.
I think in this game you learn that not every character needs to be tragic or be the center of some long character arc. Like I mentioned Sarah earlier, she just washes clothes. That's all you really need for some of these characters.
Right. And with 108, I mean...
Yeah,
obviously.
They all can't have some unresolved issue from the past or anything like that. Some of them just some of them are just shopkeepers. So all you gotta do is, hey, open up a shop here.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have... I agree with Psycho there that with so many characters, not all of them need to be developed. And I think we acknowledged that on the forum. But if I may just kind of segue into the fact that this might have been the best playthrough that I've hosted from my perspective. Like we had a lot of really good conversations throughout the playthrough on this game, and one of the cool things was seeing people like Beauchamp and Retro Rage who weren't really keen on the game in the beginning, but then watching them as they played start to get hooked on it was really cool. So, but not only that, we had a lot of participation. Most everybody finished the game, and a lot of people got all 108. So this was a really, really good playthrough, and I'm really proud of everybody. And I just want to say thanks. So
I'll second that. And I think one of our members, and again, I don't recall, I think it might have been Beauchamp, that said, if it wasn't for this playthrough, I wouldn't have finished this game. I would have probably put it down, because I think he had a little bit of frustration at the beginning. But that's what the playthroughs are all about. It's about all of us sitting down, playing a game together, helping each other get through areas if we're having trouble, and just having a good time and enjoying something for the month. And Shawn, thanks a lot for hosting. Thanks a lot for suggesting this game. It was a game that I really enjoyed. And this month was actually, we broke a participation record this month with Suikoden and Shadow of the Colossus. We really knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, it was awesome. Good job, everybody.
And I'll just read something that kind of segues good into a quote by Mr. Disposed Hero, who of course played this game as well. He said, I originally played Suikoden back in the late 90s, had virtually no memories of the game, and my lasting impression was that it was a slightly more above average RPG for the era. So when I revisited it for the playthrough, I was pleasantly surprised by how much I was enjoying the game. I walked away from it this time feeling like it is indeed the gem that Grey Ghost says it is. So kudos, Shawn. Good pick.
Cool, man. Thanks. It was my pleasure.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. Unless you guys have anything else that you'd like to talk about, I'll kind of open the floor up for anything. But if not, on the forums, everyone was enjoying this, especially toward, I guess, about the third week. Everybody was just really loving this game. And everybody's like, oh, man, we got to play the next one. We got to play Suikoden 2, right? But then we got a little issue with the price of the game. One of the things that we typically do for the playthrough is we always try to pick a game that's around $30 or less at least. We try to keep it around there so that we can maximize participation as much as we can. We're very much hoping, and after a vote, we had a strong contingency of people who already have the game or would probably be willing to go out and get the game to play Suikoden 2. And of course, what's happened is PlayStation Network has not released Suikoden 2 yet. We do have some hope that maybe in the next few months, since they pulled it from PlayStation Network, and then there were some rumors that they had done something, right? What do you remember what the rumors were?
What happened was Suikoden 2 got a rating from the ESRB.
That's it.
For the PS3 only.
Okay. So there was, just hearing that, there's sort of a glimmer of hope, and we had some members like, oh, I don't want to wait that long to play it. I don't want to wait till it comes out. I don't want to wait a year to play it. I want to keep this, this recent experience fresh in my mind. So I said, okay, well, let's do this. How about if we wait until, just wait a few months and play it? So we've already announced that we actually will be playing Suikoden 2 in September. Hopefully by that time, since they did a rating for this game, we're really hoping that we'll get a PSN release on this game. But right now, I'm going to turn it over to Psycho to tell us a little bit about Suikoden 2 and just kind of give us a little preview of that game.
Before I jump into that preview, I will say that rating has been pulled from the ESRB's site. So I don't know what that means for the future of the PSN release. I think, personally, I think it was bad timing. It came out really late, and people are buying up PS4s, so the audience is starting to split. So maybe they'll revisit it by making it available for the PSN on both the PS3, PS4, and the Vita, maybe. But other than that, I'm going to give you a little bit of a preview, spoiler-free, or as much as I can make it, about what you can expect from Suikoden 2, and that is basically everything you can imagine about this first game has been improved either marginally or significantly. So some of the complaints we had, like the inventory The short looped music, it's all gone. And the tactical combat system, Suikoden 1, it's mostly like rock, paper, scissors. You just have a counter and you go for it. Suikoden 2, it's like that rock, paper, scissors game mixed with like Shining Force, Fire Emblem, that kind of stuff. It's really, really insane, and it could have been a game on its own. And then one-on-one duels are kind of the same for the most part, but I think they made the messages a bit more clear, like what the character will say to what they do. So you have that to look forward to. And then there's a lot of returning characters too. I mentioned earlier that Victor and Flick both return, and they play just as big of a role right from the beginning of the game. Clive comes back, which a lot of people didn't like recruiting him. In Suikoden 2, he's very easy to recruit, and he is a part of a long side quest, which is essentially a speed run of the game. I wouldn't recommend it if it's your first time playing it, but I might try it. I'm kind of juggling the idea just to kind of show people it. Pesmerga, which a lot of people didn't get until really late, because he's one of the last recruits in this game. He comes back and you learn more about him and his relationship with our good arch-villain buddy Uber. Fleach makes a return. He is being led around by Humphrey, one of our good friends too. And after what happened with him, he is kind of in exile now. And he gets a new friend, which everyone loves, named Bright. So we saw the end of Black's saga and how that led to Fleach's future being in doubt. But yeah, Fleach has a bright future ahead of him. And then there's Vicky and Jean come back. They're in every single game. But Vicky's probably my favorite Star of Destiny because of the mirror and the ability to teleport everywhere.
Yeah.
Also, you have a cast of villains, which is second to none. It's not just the main villain who's extremely excellent. It's the entire cast around him. And the man who you think is the main villain may not be.
So it looks like we have old returning characters and some nice surprises to look forward to. I've looked at this game a little bit online, just looking at some screenshots, and it looks like the artwork is even improved upon. Although it's great in the first game, it looks like a lot of the detail and attention to detail is even better in the second.
Suikoden 2 is gorgeous graphically. It's one of the best looking 2D games on the PlayStation.
All right. Well, I just want to say really big thank you, Psycho. We really, really appreciate you joining us, and just really good to hear some of the background and stuff that I think, Shawn and I probably wouldn't have, dug up about the game. Really good hearing about the story and sort of the mythology behind it. So thank you again. Really appreciated it, and hopefully we can have you on the show again in the future.
All right, it was a pleasure.
All right.
You can call me in September, too.
We may just do that, right, Shawn?
Foreshadowing.
All right. Well, thanks again. Appreciate everyone who played, all 8 members, and we look forward to having all 8 members back playing with us in September, and hopefully we'll have a few more. Thanks, guys.
Have a nice night.
Thanks.
So for the modern playthrough in June, as many of you know, what we did this month was we switched up the hosting, and I actually switched up with Grey Ghost and got to play a modern game and host it this month. Shadow of the Colossus was released in October of 2005, both in Japan and the US at that time. In Japan it was called Wanderer and the Colossus, released by Sony Computer Entertainment and Team Ico. And then it was also released again as a HD remake in September 2011 in the Ico and Shadow of the Colossus collection. We did have a lot of participants this month, and actually a record-breaking attendance this month. And one of the participants, and let me make sure I pronounce this name right, it's Wield Bile 52, right? Am I pronouncing that right, sir?
No, I think that that's the Scandinavian pronunciation. we use the standard North American pronunciation when you're in the when you're in this time zone.
So we've got Bill from the Collector Cast joining us. If you didn't notice his voice, and he is a big fan of Shadow of the Colossus. And when we announced that we were doing this game, he immediately sent me a text. He said, "Oh, please let me join you this month." So welcome, Bill. Thanks for joining us.
No problem.
And we also have our usual cast. We've got Floyd.
Hey, everybody. I just want to add that Bill is a colossal fan of Shadow of the Colossus.
Clever.
Heyo.
And then also joining us is techwizard or Jamie.
Hey, good to be here.
All right, so let's get started talking about this game a little bit. First thing, just wanted to kind of talk about the landscape and the environment of this game. I think as much as the story, as we like the story and it kind of carries this game, we kind of want to save that to talk about a little toward the end. And to me, the landscape and environment of this game was really a character in itself. And so I just wanted to, kind of get everyone's thoughts and opinions on that aspect of the game.
I really just want to say how amazing the game looks for PS2. Like, so many games strive to have this open world feel, and then they're full of like loading screens and these invisible walls and parts that you can't really see that well in the distance. And this game, for the age, managed to pull off something that a lot of more modern games can't even attempt. Like, you see something way in the distance, almost like what that Zelda trailer in the most recent E3 was talking about, where you can see in the distance and everything you see is something you can do and get to. And it's just amazing that they managed to pull that off.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's kind of come close to that amount of just scope and scale in the environment that I've played that just comes to mind is Skyrim. And I only really get that on the PC version, where you can increase the draw distance to go, really far out. Like on I think of the little bit of the console versions that I played, you do see like a little bit of pop-up here and there, which happens sometimes in this game. But yeah, I mean, for when this game came out, which 2005, like Rich said, I remember being in a game. I was living in Florida at the time, and I was in a GameStop, and I just saw someone playing this, and I just, at first you kind of look at it and you're like, you're not sure. I mean, it's this enormous landscape, and just a dude on a horse just kind of riding, and you're thinking like, what the hell's going on? Like, where's he going? Like, where are the bad guys? What's happening? And it just kind of draws you in with the mystery and the intrigue of what is even going on, like what's happening. So it kind of like right from the beginning, when you look at the game, the landscape is as much a part of the what makes the game as anything else.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's this feeling, and just speaking of what your first experience was, Bill, with walking into the game store, you just get this complete feeling of isolation. When you're looking at the game, and it's completely created by the environment. I mean, the mountains, the trees with really no leaves on them, the gray scale of the environment, and the lack of organisms, I guess, the lack of animals, birds, lizards and things like that. It's all very, very sparse in the game, and I think that is one of the most phenomenal things about this game is as you say, when you first look at it, you're like, what in the world's going on here? And I can say this was my first time ever seeing or playing the game. And so, trying to piece all of this together and find out not only what's going on with the story, but what's happening in this world or this environment was completely fascinating for me.
Yeah. And as you come across like all these different things, like there's so many games, you're kind of playing the game, and then you kind of hit that invisible checkpoint or invisible wall, and then the cutscene kicks in, and then it pans to the bridge, and it's like, we don't use that bridge anymore because of the catastrophe of blah 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 blah, and it's just the exposition is just given to you, and you come across those things, and nothing changes. Like, you see this bridge, and you just kind of get to look at it, and you say, what you just think, like, what's going on? And then you start to think, I don't know what's going on, but does that mean that the character I'm playing doesn't know what's going on? And you hit these desert landscapes, and you find these temples, and nothing is explained to you. And it kind of reminded me a little bit of Limbo in that way, because you just sit down and play Limbo. I know it's a tangent, but you sit down to play and you're not given anything. You just have to play it and figure it out. And there's something about games like that that I just love. And this was kind of the first time that I played something that was this enormous and deep and didn't give you anything, just said go out and do it.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah, that's what drew me in. I mean, everything that we've touched on so far is all told without dialogue or any exposition.
Mm-hmm.
And everything is told through the setting. It's just so foreboding and ominous and mysterious.
One thing I really liked was the opening shot with the bridge when you're first entering the Forbidden Land, and it's just such a massive scale from the building that you're going to where you're standing, and then it starts to pan off to the side, and you start to see more of it, and you're like, wow, this is massive. And then it starts to see more of it, and it just keeps feeling like it's getting bigger and bigger, and it's like, holy crap, this is actually huge.
Yeah, you get that sense of enormity of the world.
And I compare it to the opening shot of the first Star Wars movie when you're seeing that Star Destroyer go past, and it just seems to keep going and going endlessly, and it really feels like that kind of sense of awe.
The music in that intro sequence is beautiful too.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, it's really good.
One of our members actually mentioned sort of the vastness of the game, and I just wanted to quickly read a comment from Highwind. He says, seems like everything about this game is big. The world is huge. Some of the pathways and whatnot are really long. I also like some smaller details they put in, like when you save at the stones and reload, you're asleep against it. Or when you fall a long ways or get hit hard, you don't jump to your feet. You may lay there for 5 seconds. So yeah, I mean, his discussion of how big the land is and just the feeling you get is just incredible. And one of the things I noticed about the game is I'm not a big fan of heights. I'll just go ahead and admit that publicly. And there was a part, especially if you guys remember going up the ramp and transcending up to where the third Colossus was.
Yes.
Where you would have to make that jump across. I mean, I missed that jump several times, and I could feel my stomach.
Me too.
Just curl.
Me too.
And I was, oh my gosh.
I ask my wife that sometimes. I'm like if you're like it's usually with first person games, but it can happen in stuff like this. Like in Borderlands 2, if I jump off a cliff because it doesn't hurt you and you just fall down, even though I know the in-game character's not going to get hurt, I get this feeling where I'm like, oh geez. And I asked my wife, like, do you get that? She's like, not at all. So I guess it's just a thing with some people. But yeah, same thing.
Yeah, and just like looking over like a precipice or like a cliff or something like that, just looking down. I mean, I get a little bit of vertigo like in doing that. It's just very strange that a game can sort of induce that. I don't think I've ever had a game do that to me before, and that was just odd, but special in a sense. I mean, it says a lot about how much time they put into this game and the graphics and how good everything looks, that you're getting sucked in so hard that those things are affecting you bodily,
just as they would in real life.
Right, it's amazing.
I don't really think I've ever felt that myself for the looking over the cliff, but I definitely know what you're talking about when you're falling, and especially if it's a long fall.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, one thing I want to mention in response to what Highwind was saying about the little details is something I noticed when I was just looking for some lizards at one spot, and there was a pond nearby next to a couple trees, and Agra, the horse, he went over and he just started casually drinking some of the water. And there's so many little details like that where the game does these very natural and casual feeling things. Right. And it feels like they nailed it.
Yeah, that's really cool. I never noticed that.
And another great little detail that I think everybody has come across, even if you didn't realize it, is when the when you press the button to like call, depending on the distance that Argo is from you, the call is different. So if he's if he's 10 feet from you, it's like, hey, hey, come here. Hey, you're looking the wrong way. Just come right over here. And if he's a little further away, it's like, yo, buddy, I'm gonna right over here. And if he's far away, then it's either like a yell or it's like a whistle. And if it's during a fight, it's intense, and it's it's under duress. And another example of just little things. It just takes somebody making the game to say, either it would make more sense if, or wouldn't it be cool if? And it's those are the little things that make a difference.
And I feel like when your voice is quieter too, when you're up close, a lot of times the horse reacts a bit slower. Mm-hmm. And then as you get farther and you're starting to yell louder, the horse he sort of almost jumps and reacts to what you're saying faster. Mm-hmm. It's like, I think when you're not yelling it very loudly to him, he's like, oh, whatever, I'm just going to continue eating grass.
Yeah, he can run over
really
to me.
care.
But there's like the one little thing that bugs me is the mount your horse button and the jump button being the same thing.
That drove me
I'm
nuts.
sure everybody is just, like, I don't want to hurdle my horse. Like, how about if I'm within like 5 feet of my horse, just get on the horse. So it's a minor complaint, but it's something that, I ran into.
I just gave up on the actual proper mounting and always use the R1 jump and grab onto him.
My favorite part is when you would be at the top of a cliff and you could actually climb down the cliff and you'd have to dismount your horse, and then you would get to the bottom of the cliff and he would just be sitting there waiting on you like you're stupid. It happened to me a few times. Like,
hey,
it's like,
so
why did
long?
you go this way? I mean, it's like a Bugs Bunny cartoon or something. It's pretty funny. But yeah, it's just exceedingly beautiful. And one of the designer, and if I'm pronouncing this wrong, please correct me. But is it Fumito Ueda? Is that the correct pronunciation? Does anyone know?
I think so. Yeah, I just actually watched the video on the game, and that sounds like what it was.
Okay. He was the designer of the game and the leader of Team Ico, and it said a lot of his games had this quality where they lack severe economy of plot. Check. Overexposed illustrations, desaturated light, and sparse dialogue. So I can definitely say that this game fits into all of those categories, which some of them we'll be talking about a little later. But definitely, I love the way just the game. I mean, just the black and white. The oversaturatedness. Raising your sword, and just the beams of light. The sun just kind of flashing at you. At times when you turn certain ways. I mean, it was just, in totality, just a beautiful, beautiful game. And
Ueda really knows how to use color to convey an emotion.
Right. And I imagine that's so much tougher to do. I mean, I've worked in film before, and I've shot color things, and then I've shot things that we've actually shot in color and then transferred over to black and white. And you really have to be conscious of like what you're wearing and just what the different contrasts and grayscales are going to be when you're shooting film like that. And to be able to do it in designing a video game on basically a complete grayscale, maybe a few tinges of color every now and then, or something that looks sort of like color is quite remarkable. To do something like that, it's quite.
Yeah,
a
I
feat.
think I remember reading an article about. I want to say it was the Addams Family movie, but it might have been something else.
Mm-hmm.
Something where it was black and white. I can't remember. And they mentioned that this room, which was supposed to be kind of a dark and foreboding room, in the actual filming was like hot pink, because that just popped up nicely on the black and white filming.
Right. Yeah. Amazing. So we'll move on a little bit from environment and landscape and talk a little bit about the meters that were used in the game. As you may recall, there was basically a stamina meter and a strike meter, which basically your stamina meter and your strike meter were the same. Mm-hmm. And then of course you had a life bar as well. So I guess I just kind of want to talk a little bit about that, how that kind of worked, and how you guys felt about that, specifically that stamina and strike meter, how it worked with the game.
As I was getting the fruit to upgrade your stamina bar, the lizards for the stamina, mm-hmm. and I just never noticed it going up until one part along the game, and I looked at it and it's like, hey, that looks bigger than it did before. But every time you get one of them, it's such a minor increment that you just don't even notice it, really.
Yeah, like on a larger TV, the life bar you can see easier because it increases in size. The stamina meter, it's really just like a pixel's worth, and like you kind of see it glow, and then that little dotted line just kind of expands just so slightly. And it's the same thing. Like it was like I think I didn't even realize what it was until I think I restarted the game. Like after I finished the game, I restarted on hard mode, and I thought, oh wow, they give you a lot less life and stamina on hard mode. And I didn't realize that it was because I had collected all those things. And Yeah, it's one of those things that, just like the classic Krabby's favorite and Duke's favorite, Super Mario Sunshine, the more like sunshine you collect, like the game is getting brighter and brighter and brighter, and you don't notice. And then like if you go back to like the beginning of the game, you're like, wow, it's dark. So it's like you don't even notice until like, you get a whole lot of it, that the difference that it makes.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't notice until the side-by-side comparison.
I think I posted a picture in the thread of I know I got the achievement for the complete, or like the largest life bar, I believe it was.
Right.
And the stamina, I didn't get the achievement. So there's actually more lizards and fruit than, like your bars will max out, and there are still like lizards and fruit you can collect. So the max bars happen before the captured all lizards or like got all fruit achievement happens.
Oh, okay.
So after a point, you might, if you didn't know there was more to the bar, that you might think, oh, okay, I already maxed it out.
Right, yeah.
But there's actually more in there. I just found your picture. Yeah, it's massive compared to what mine was.
Yeah, and honestly, like, unless you're taking, it's almost like the end game of an RPG. Like if, when you get to like that point in like most Final Fantasy games, where like, okay, I can go beat the guy and finish the thing, or I could just go like do like side stuff for 30 more hours. So you kind of have to take time off from hunting all these monsters to to just hunt for like fruit and lizards. So it does get a little monotonous, but if you really want that life bar, if you really want that stamina. And one of the things that kind of bugged me about it is I really wanted the life bar and the stamina so that I could go after time attack mode and go after hard mode, but the life bar and the stamina only applies to the main game that you're playing in. Once you go pray to one of the defeated statues to enter time attack mode, it gives you the default size of life bar and stamina. So it kind of bugged me a little bit, but I understand why they do it, because it's like a ranked mode, so they don't want you to have an unfair advantage.
Right.
But I just thought it was I was like, well, what am I doing this for?
I think one of the things with the time attacks that in this video I was watching, I didn't realize, but it says that you actually get some sort of mask, I think it was, after you've beaten all of them.
Yeah, there are rewards for your how well you did in the time attack mode.
Yeah, so it's not just like for showing off that you beat them so fast. There's actually something to it.
And just like everything else in the game does not tell you anything.
Exactly,
so you just do a whole bunch of stuff on hard mode, and then it's like, oh, congratulations, here you go. So I forget what the exact rewards are for exact levels, but you can get the locations of all the lizards revealed to you, locations of all the fruit revealed to you. I think the Queen's Sword, which is a reference to a weapon in Eco, which kills anything on the first strike. There's a spear. There's a whistling arrow that distracts Colossus, so like you can shoot this arrow and they'll kind of follow it, so you can get them to go where you want them to go. There's a lot of really cool unlockables if you decide to put the time into time attack mode, but the game won't explain that to you, so you either have to just kind of figure it out on your own, or like follow like an online guide.
Yeah, that'd be really cool to try. That's something I haven't actually tried.
You young whippersnappers playing this spiffy game on your spiffy PS3s. In my days, we didn't need achievements. We just had in-game screens. And we loved it, by gosh, we loved it.
I just want to add about the lizards and the fruit. I would say I did the same thing as Bill, that like sort of 3/4 of the way through, I took some time off from hunting down the Colossi and just searched out as much fruit as I could find and as many lizards as I could find, and it didn't feel tacked on. It felt really natural.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I basically my strategy was I'd noticed that a lot of the silver-tailed lizards were on the save temples. So anytime I was on my way to track down a Colossus, two of the things I would always do is if I saw a temple, I would just in the distance or whatever, I would just make a run to the temple, go ahead and collect. And then I would also just kind of check out the trees like really quick as I would go by them. Though sometimes that wasn't as easy. It was easier said than done, right? I mean those fruits, they're
blend in.
Hard to see. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, it's you would imagine like, it's a black lizard with like a shining white tail. No, they're hard to see. Same thing with the fruit. Like you would look up and like it's a little bit of that like oversaturation of the light kind of bleeding around the edges of the tree, but like it is hard to see a lot of this stuff. So when you find one, and sometimes you find yourself just shooting arrows into, is that a fruit? I'll just shoot an arrow into that, and then it's either yes or oh no.
It's just a big leaf or a branch.
Yeah, sort of strafing around the trees as well, because you're like, well, maybe I just don't have, and a lot of times it would be that way. I just don't have a good angle, and I can't see the fruit from where I'm at. You can't see it from one side. You can only see it from the other.
They'd be obscured by leaves or whatever.
Yeah. Very natural and very well done, I thought.
And it's exactly what you would do, because like a lot of times in like I know this is a third-person game, and in a first-person game, you would kind of bring up your iron sights or whatever weapon you're in, and if you don't have a good view, while keeping your weapon aimed up, you would just strafe to the left or right and continue to get a better view.
Exactly.
But that's not that's not how this works, and I don't think it's how naturally most people would do it. You would kind of bring your weapon up, you kind of try to get a view. No, I don't have a good view from here. Your weapon comes down, you walk to a better vantage, and then you bring your sights up again. So it's very deliberate in that way.
Though I have to say one thing that I found, and this is one of the few flaws for me anyways, is every time you pull up the bow, it seemed to sometimes start you facing in a way you didn't want to be facing. I think it's relative to the way your character was standing, and that wasn't always the way the camera was facing. Yeah,
I don't think the control is perfect, and I really do wonder if it's intentional. I've never read any interviews about it, but you're absolutely right. Like when you pull, I'll turn a certain way, and I'll assume that since I'm facing that way now, if I pull up the bow, that's the way I'll be facing. But you'll like kind of come up in the view where the camera's looking, not the character. It's a little bit weird, and I agree.
Which isn't too bad for the fruit, but then you get into the Colossus battles, and it's going to be a major problem.
You're aiming at walls, and yeah.
Whether that was intentional or not, this game does defy a lot of video game conventions.
It does, yeah.
And like it really does its own thing, and whenever you do something, you feel rewarded for it, that's what I like the most.
No, that's a really good point. It's weird how there's not a whole lot of things that this game does that you're like, oh, it does this just like they did in that other game. Like everything that's done in this game kind of feels unique to this game, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
no,
I think
absolutely.
I mean, I can't think of anything as I was playing that I was like, oh yeah, this is totally a Zelda thing or something like that. I
mean, like there's no I can't think of any other stabbing mechanic that works the way this one does. Any other kind of stamina climbing. And I forgot who, I think it was in the comment that you mentioned just a few minutes ago, Tech, about oh no, it was Highwind's comment, when you fall a long distance and you don't get up right away. Oh, right. It drives you so crazy, but you're glad that it's there.
Yeah, exactly.
You fall off a 30-foot cliff, and you're like, okay, get up. And you're like, he's probably got a problem with his ankle.
Yeah.
But it brings you into the game.
Yes.
Like it really that sucks you in, especially if you're fighting a Colossus when you fall. It really ramps up the tension that.
And it's like one of those things where no one making this game was like, well, no one else does this, so we can't do it. They were like, no, like this makes sense, we're going to do this.
Yeah, which in some cases I meant some of the things are going to be things from other games too, but it's not necessarily that it's from another game, it's just that it happens to be realistic too.
Yeah. The stun was, for me, a little aggravating at times, in some of the battles, especially with some of the quicker Colossi. It became quite a problem and probably cost me a life, especially against one or two of the Colossi.
I was going to say, it cost me probably a couple dozen lives on one or two.
Yeah. So I don't know. I did like the stunning kind of when you fall, though. I guess my issue with falling, I always felt like I didn't lose enough energy when I fell. I know that's an odd complaint to have, and but when you fall from that great of a height, you would seem to like you would at least lose like half the 3/4 of your life bar, and I thought that the penalty for that wasn't as great as I would have liked to have been, and maybe in harder mode, which I haven't played yet, maybe that's something that they've added. Maybe one of you can speak to that. I don't know.
I would have really liked it if you could like permanently break your leg.
That would have been cool, though really frustrating.
Like Bushido blade?
Yep, you get up limping, and it's like, oh, this game's going to be so hard from now on. And not even like, and it doesn't come back when you die. Like, you die, you're respawned, your leg's broke.
Yeah. But I guess in one way to defend it is it sort of adds to the story, if you will, because you're in a very surreal environment. It's not something that you would say these events are actually happening. You know, this is almost like a fantasy or a dream world, right? Apart from the rest of the world. I think, and we talked about the environment, and that kind of sets that up. So, you know, not taking that sort of damage and being able to fall from such great heights without breaking a leg, maybe even adds to the story a little bit. Yeah, I'm sure that's something they thought about when they were designing the game.
Right.
Yeah, I really don't feel like any game needs to be 100% accurate. Like, unless you're building a simulator, you shouldn't worry about making it real life, because so many times that can be detrimental to the story if you're playing something that feels like you're taking out of a textbook.
Right. I mean, not everyone's fighting rock giants every day, right? So
yeah, exactly. So you don't have to go for perfect realism in the rest of it, too.
Yeah, this game really felt like it was a legend or a folk tale or something.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
So, like, maybe that's how it all sort of works. It's almost like that, I guess it would be called narrative, not narrative dissonance. Maybe someone will correct me if I'm wrong. But, that there's the storyteller could be flawed or could be embellishing things.
Yeah, unreliable narrator.
That's it.
Yeah.
Quick note before we go on is lizards. I forgot to mention that I didn't actually know that the white-tailed lizards even existed. I think I had killed a few, but I didn't realize that there was any difference to them. I thought it was just like a kind of variant on the other ones. And so for the longest time, I was literally killing every single lizard that I saw.
I was doing that too.
Yeah, and it wasn't until I realized, hey, these ones seem to be respawning. Like, they wouldn't give you infinite respawns.
This place has a lizard problem.
Yeah.
You guys realize the first white-tailed lizard can be shot without moving from your, where you start the game?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so when you first load the game up, if you look straight up to where the voice is, kind of instructing you, there's one kind of walking around on the inner upper dome, and and they actually you can see it in the cutscene. If you like rewatch the cutscene, and you're kind of like, it's almost like a hint, like hey, look up here, check this thing out, and then you look up and you can shoot them down.
That's cool. I was too busy firing at doves.
Yeah. So before we go on to combat and stuff, what did you guys think about the camera? Did you have any issues? Because I know that a couple of people at least were complaining about that.
I think, at first I had issues where I was like, I don't think the control's very good, and then it kind of settled into more of like a learning curve thing for me, where like I was fighting the camera so much to be perfect, and then when you kind of let the camera go a little bit, and you kind of realize, okay, like when you're riding, like at full gallop, it's not supposed to be centered, right behind you. It's kind of got that off-center, like, cinematic look. You kind of have like that button. Once you kind of learn how to use that button where you just focus on your enemy, it helps out a lot, especially while riding, because trying to steer and like look at the your foe at the same time is kind of nutty. But at first I thought it was, the camera control especially was a little bit loose, but kind of the more you get used to it, it just feels like part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. It took me a while. It took me maybe one or two Colossi before I kind of got the the controls down pat and understood how to move, how to use the button to where you could immediately face the Colossi, and that's one of the techniques I used quite a lot. I know some people still complain, saying that that didn't help me as much. It really helped me, and just kind of getting used to just the motion and the controls. Once I got over that slight learning curve, I didn't have any problems whatsoever. I mean, I thought it played really well. I mean, anytime you're playing like a 3D game on a 2D platform, there's always going to be something, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I thought compared to other games, and mainly I think one thing I compared it to was N64 games like Mario and Conkers and things like that, where like foreground stuff would like completely block your view.
Yeah.
I never had that problem in this game.
Mm-hmm. I think once you learn to stop fighting the camera, it became a lot easier too.
Yeah, and the one that helped me more even than the L1 to look at the Colossus was the L2, I think it was, to center your camera, which wasn't exactly center, but it basically just followed where you were walking. And I found that was really helpful, especially while riding the horse, because I could alternate between L1 and L2 and get an idea of where the Colossus was, and then quickly turn back to myself. Because if I had to spend the time to go 180 degrees with the analog stick, that just would probably send me crashing into a wall or something like that. Not go so well.
Yeah. The only instance I had with ever having an issue with the camera that I can really specifically speak of was the 10th Colossus, which was Dirge, which was the sand tiger, like the sandworm, where you had to where you had to fire your bow rear facing as it was chasing you, which was cool.
It was cool, but so frightening. Oh.
Yeah, those googly weird eyes.
Yeah,
I think Floyd posted a picture of those eyes.
Yeah, I was thinking about that when Control came up, and I was like, oh, I mean, I'm sure we'll get to that once we go through the list of Colossi. But absolutely, I remember that one being really frustrating because I kept running into things because you're riding blind. But I don't just this last time I played it. I don't know why, but I think it's because I kind of did what I would have done if I was being chased by this thing. Like, I'm on my horse, I'm galloping, I look forward. Okay, everything looks clear. There's nothing in front of me. Now I'm going to look back at him, and then he comes up, and then you fire the arrow. So I think the less you think of it as a game, and the more you think of it, okay, how would I react in this situation? But yeah, definitely I don't think that fight's possible without using that mechanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to stay locked on, or else you're not going to hit its eyes.
Then the opposite is with the towering ones that are like walking around you, the four-legged ones and stuff like that, and you sometimes get kind of tangled amongst their legs and trying to get away from them. But if you're that close and you hold down L1, I've had it where I tried that a couple times and the camera's just whipping back and forth as it's trying to track the head of the Colossus. Just wasn't going well. So those are the ones where I'd really avoid that and then wait until I'm back.
That's really unfortunate because it never happened to me.
Oh, really? Yeah, it's just anytime I was really close and I tried the whole L1 to kind of get an idea of where the main target symbol on him was, and it would try to follow it, but because the Colossus was moving too much, the camera was just going crazy.
Now, one other quick thing while we're talking about controls, did anyone here use the 90-degree quick turnaround while riding the horse, or did you even know it existed?
I knew it from the comments, but I didn't know how to do it, I think, or if it was explained, I didn't try it.
Yeah, I don't ever remember it being explained in the game. I'd have to double check the manual, but I remember I was just, I was on some forum, I was reading something, and someone said, man, riding the horse is really tough. And someone said, oh, just use the quick turnaround. And it's I think you press down triangle twice fast, and I forget what it is. But he does, at a full gallop, your horse will dig his heels into the ground, and at the same time kind of do this sliding turnaround and start galloping the other way.
That's
and
really cool.
I really wish they would do a better job. I know they're trying to keep everything kind of very subdued and figure the story out for yourself, but I kind of feel that would be a thing that if you told more people about, they'd have fewer complaints about the riding controls. But if you haven't tried that mechanic, even if you've finished the game, I recommend you just jump on the horse and try that turnaround, and just imagine how much better you would have enjoyed playing with that.
Yeah, that would have saved so many times of me crashing into the wall and having to deal with the horse slowly turning around.
I think for the first couple hours I had a few complaints about riding the horse, but then I thought to myself, if I was riding a horse, I'm trying to control a wild animal that probably doesn't want me riding it. So that's how I learned to accept that it wasn't super responsive or super tight.
Yeah.
I kind of put myself into those shoes, and it made sense for me, and I kind of kept that in mind and got used to it.
Yeah, I mean, once you do it, I had problems with it at the onset as well. But once you do it, and you get a feel for it, you get used to it, and it feels natural, and it's it's neat. It's just a different mechanic. Like you were saying earlier. This game does a lot of stuff that other games don't do. And it wasn't just completely fluid responsive. It made you learn how to motivate and how to move the horse, and
yeah,
it was one of the things I really liked about the game as well.
Mm-hmm. Though when the horse is moving slow, it can definitely be a bit of a struggle to get him to start moving. And it did take me a while to wrap my head around the controls because most games, at least from what I've seen, it's pretty straightforward. It's just like you turn in the direction you want to go, and that's where you're going to go. But it was much more relative to the position of the horse than the camera.
Right,
that threw me off a bit.
You're pulling the reins. You're not steering the animal.
Exactly.
So you'd pull the reins, and like if you held the reins, you're almost like pulling the horse. You're steering a front wheel drive car from the headlights.
A little bit.
And
yeah.
it's not like you're moving the whole animal. It's you really had to kind of get into relative steering mode.
Yeah, definitely takes a while to get your head around it.
I think kind of related to this, one of our members, Beauchamp, who was very active this past month on both playthroughs, had a good point in here. He said, "All right, calling it a night. Getting used to the controls took longer than I thought it would, but was able to take down the first 2 Colossi. I am reminded that games used to have unique controls before you could tell the console what you preferred controls were for everything you play." So, I don't know. Any thoughts on that?
I agree. I think that nowadays everything is kind of like, this is Call of Duty controls, or this is the Gears of War controls.
Right.
Everything kind of fits into a box. And back then everything had its own...
Yeah, there are things that like had a feel. And like there's things that kind of fit into those general categories. But there was a time when you kind of had to get the feel down of whatever game you were playing. And I was talking with Krabby about this not long ago. I was playing Darkman on NES, and I was like, it's really weird. Like the jumping mechanic is like when you jump, you have more or less momentum than you think you should have from years of Mario and other platformers. Right. And he's like, you really have to kind of get the feel of the jumping mechanic, and that's just how if a game is going to have a unique control scheme and not be based off someone else's structure, that's where you're going to have to get used to that feel.
It reminds me a lot of Prince of Persia too, with the jumping and mechanics, running and stuff in that game. They're quite awkward, but it's just something that you have to learn. And once you learn it, and it just kind of becomes second nature. I think that's what makes certain games special. I mean, I couldn't agree more. It's just what makes a game. Makes it unique. So
yeah, I think I'd say probably safely 99% of people, their frame of reference for controlling a vehicle would be a car game, and a car does not control like a horse.
Not at all.
No. So, like, points for realism here that you have to steer Agro's head in that direction you want to go, and then he will make that turn.
Right.
And then you have to accelerate him and let go of the turning, otherwise he'll just keep turning in place and do a circle. And actually, in response to what you were saying about the jumping controls, as much as we're kind of talking about it being a little clunky and awkward and difficult to get used to, I really liked how at certain times, well actually a lot of the time, it felt really fluid too. Like it's kind of hard to explain, but it's it's two sides of the same coin. It's fluid and clunky, because I love how on certain moments you can really do a nice transition between running and then this like arm flailing jump into your horse and grab it and then just go off and shooting arrows off the back of the horse while standing on the back of the horse if you want to. Just all this crazy stuff, and like at times it can feel awkward with a bit of the platforming, but some of the transitions between play styles just felt so smoothly and realistic that it was I thought it was really well done. I don't know what you guys thought about that, but
I don't know why you would choose to like take a running leap at your horse.
Well, like I said, with the difficulty of the mounting and jumping being on the same controls, that's just how I chose to do it.
No, I always just got up beside him and, jumped, and if I got on, I got on. If not, I kept trying.
I always, every time I stood next to him and jumped, and I did, instead of mounting him, I'm always thinking of what this horse is thinking of me as a person.
I know, right? Yeah, it seemed like the hitbox for mounting was just really small, and I would more often than not jump 3 times in a row before I actually managed to get on the horse.
My wife walked in the room a couple times. She said, "What do you do?" She said, "Just get on the horse. What are you doing?" You know what it reminded me of too? Like it reminded me of Portal 2. Say apple, and then you jump. It's like, okay, you jumped. What you just did was a jump. Say apple, and then you jump again. Okay, forget it. Let's not get on the horse.
Yeah, pretty much.
Since we're on the topic of mounting, Rich, you had a good quote about. I don't know if this was mounting the horse or mounting one of the Colossus, but
Colossi, yeah.
Oh, okay. We'll save that for later.
Do you? I mean, are you going to call me out on this quote? I mean, is this something we feel necessary to do? Call me out on this quote?
I think so.
All right, go for it. Let's hear it.
I can't remember which one it is, but Rich had a lot of trouble getting on top of one of the Colossi, and because as some of you may know, Rich, some of the Collector Cast guys, and I text back and forth, and I get this message from Rich, and he says, "Man, this guy's just so hard to mount."
Well, you know.
I think he's just playing hard to get.
I think so. Not on the first date.
Keep at it.
Just imagine sending that to a wrong number.
No, you send back. You say, "Well, Rich, he's got a really small hitbox."
Yeah, well. Oh man, you guys keep this up. I'm gonna have to mark this as explicit on Podomatic.
Yeah.
Hey, well, at least we're not playing that game Mount Your Friends.
I guess this is a great time to transition into talking about combat. What do you think?
Sounds good.
But yeah, and to kind of segue and to talk a little bit about what I was referring to, I think that was early on in the game, and that was the first Colossi, and the way to gain purchase further up the Colossi was that you had to sort of stab him in the back of the leg to get him to kneel over so that you could reach a different point. And it took me a while to figure that out with the first guy. That was one of the, oddly, being the first one, it was one of the tougher puzzles for me to figure out in this game. But it just, I guess it just kind of goes to show once you learn sort of the intro game mechanics and how the game works, and that it is a puzzle game as well as a, awesome, action adventure game. Once that kind of sinks in, your brain starts, processing it and working toward trying to figure out these puzzles. Yeah. And so that's sort of what I guess that quote of mine was leading toward.
I've said that to lots of people about this game too. I don't know if I've told you guys this. My first experience with this game was on a PlayStation Underground demo disc. For people who don't remember, PlayStation Underground was something you subscribed to, and they mailed you something. I don't think it was specifically a magazine, but it was like a package you'd get every couple of months or something. And it had demo discs and patches and stuff you could iron on your shirts and whatever. It was like the old PlayStation fan club.
It was kind of like the Club Nintendo of Sony.
Yeah, kind of. I don't remember there being a whole ton of online content, but I wasn't really active, on the internet at that point, so there could have been. But yes, this PlayStation Underground disc shows up, and Shadow of the Colossus is on it, and all it is that first fight. So you finish that fight, and then it's like, okay, thank you for playing, buy the game when it comes out. So right. I played that fight again, and then I played that fight again, and playing that fight a dozen times before starting the game was really helpful for me in really pinpointing where the control was, how the climbing mechanic worked, how to manage your stamina. Once you got to a quote unquote rest spot on a Colossi to, okay, release and see if, he doesn't knock you over, grab again to make sure you don't, get thrown off, and then, rebuild your stamina. So it kind of gave you all those little skills. And I tell lots of people who are having trouble with controls, I say, fight that first dude 6 times. Just do it over and over again, because once you really get that, not even get the control down, once you understand how the game wants you to play it, and you start playing the game that way, you start having more fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, you have to really think outside the box with a lot of these, and often you have to kind of throw out your past experience with the Colossus for the new ones, for the methods to beat them, because I found that some of them, I get to it, I'm like, alright, well, the other one was like this, so I'm probably going to have to do something similar in this one, and it's like, no, it's a completely different fighting style, and completely different method to take them down.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think if you think of every boss fight as a bit of a puzzle, and not so much of an action thing, it's just how am I going to get to the glowing sigil on this guy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's all about figuring that out. I mean, how am I going to climb this thing? I mean, that's where you're going for. And you start out, you've got basically two weapons. You've got a sword and you've got a bow, and that's it. And you have to. Well, I guess you could consider the horse as a part of
your arsenal.
Your arsenal, right?
It was required for a few of them.
Right, it was, and one of the things I really liked about the game is that it used a variety. Even though you only had like a bow, a sword, and and the horse as part of, like Bill said, your arsenal. I like how the game just really kind of, even with the large number of colossi that were in the game, they really switched that up. You just weren't trying to climb. You had to figure out, kind of a piece of the puzzle and use these, limited resources to actually climb, the colossi. Or I would say the environment a lot of times was a piece of this.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the first one that we're talking about here is definitely, it's kind of like your primer to the way the combat works. You make a beeline straight for them. You figure out how to get up. So you start to you kind of realize at first, okay, the only way I'm gonna at first I kind of thought maybe I have to wait for him to swing his club down and then maybe I can climb up that way. I tried it a few times. No, it wasn't working. And that's when you kind of figure out, okay, let me try climb up his fur. And then you see the things on his back, and you have to react to those things. You're like, oh, okay, so there's something there. I need to go explore that possibility. And it's not just for that one guy. It kind of teaches you, explore the different possibilities of how you can do this. Use your head and find a way to get around it. So the first Valis, as you're, so you figure out how to kill him, and okay, great. Now I know how to play this game, and then you move on to number 2, and it's not quite the same. There is no way to do that.
Yeah.
And that's what introduced. So very quickly, just number 1, number 2, you can go straight for him. You have to use the environment. So already in the first 2 enemies in the game, you're kind of being shown this is what you're going to have to do for the other 14.
And at the same time, there isn't any one solution to all of them, besides the ending stabbing motion, but otherwise it's all a little bit different. One thing, actually, what you said just made me think of this is that it seems a lot like the game is about exploring, and it's not just about exploring the environment, but it's also about exploring the Colossus too. Like every battle is a journey, and you're trying to explore the arena and the battleground, and just trying to figure out what to do and how to do it. And it's not often very clear.
Yeah, the path to success is never obvious, right? So like you're going to have to do some trial and error. You're going to have to see what works and find out, like build your strategy from that.
Yeah, like on some of the ones that I had trouble with, a friend of mine who's played the game before, he's like, well, all you have to do is just hold down L1 and it shows you where the weak points are, or hold up your sword, I mean. And I'm like, well, finding the weak points wasn't really the part that stumped me. It was finding how to get to the weak points. And that's often the real battle. Like once you get to them, then you've pretty much won, unless it's one of the ones that will throw you off. Yeah, but otherwise, for the most part, you can just struggle throughout figuring it out, and then you get them, and then you're done. So one thing that I had a little bit of confusion over is that I keep seeing everyone in the thread and in other places too mentioning a name for each of the Colossus, and I couldn't figure out where the names came from because, like you guys say, there's no information inside the game, and I've read through the manual, there's nothing there. I watched through the credits, there's nothing there. So does anyone have an explanation for where the names come from? Like you got Valis and Quadratus and Gaius, and I just didn't know where they came from.
These are unofficial names. Basically, like fans have named the Colossi. Okay. I'm sure Fumito Ueda has somewhat more official names for them. But just going down the list from 1 to 16, we have Valis, Quadratus, Gaius, Phaedra, Avion, Barba, Hydrus, Kurumori, Bassaran, Dirge, Pelagia, Phalanx, Zenobia, Argus, and Malice.
Yeah.
And those are all sort of...
Celosia there?
Oh, Celosia too. Yeah, I missed that one. And they're all sort of Greek names which kind of tie into either their environment or...
their appearance, right?
Their appearance or something like a theme that surrounds them.
But overall, they're more or less fan names just to kind of designate which ones people are talking about?
Pretty much. That's why, like in the thread, we either call them like number 3 or Gaius or, you know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was confused about that because I hadn't played the game before, so the whole time I was kind of watching it, I was like, well, there must be somewhere where these names came from.
Well, let's talk about that moment when you're playing the game and you're searching. Of course, you're using the sword. The sword is something we haven't talked about. It performs 2 specific uses. It performs it does damage, of course, with the stabbing, but then it also provides the ability to track down the Colossi as you hold it up, and you focus it, and it points to where the Colossi are. But the one thing that I wanted to talk about just for a second and briefly is the one of the cooler parts of the game I thought was entering the area where that Colossi is and waiting on that kind of cut screen. That happens. That is one of the coolest and most intense things, especially seeing it the first time, with the Minotaur, with Valus. Just that first initial kind of reaction to, okay, I'm here,
Yeah. But at the same time, you're like, whoa.
Yeah. You just see him kind of slowly walk by, and you're like, whoa. I mean, you kind of get, you're going out to fight these giants, but then it just kind of walks by you, and it just kind of, your mouth just goes agape.
Yeah.
The first time it happens, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I just want to say that I'm glad you mentioned the light mechanic of the sword, because that, we'll probably touch on that later. But that is significant to the story or the mythology of the game.
Sure.
But anyway, so back to, where are we? Valus?
Yeah, so...
Yeah, okay.
Let's talk about how the fights went specifically. For Valus, the simplest one, as Bill mentioned earlier, you just have to basically run at him and figure out what to do, and pretty quickly you figure out it's the fur that you have to grab on, which is one of the few connecting features between each of the Colossi, except for a couple of them, where you just have to hold on really tight and slowly climb up to where their weak point is. In this case, on his head.
Yeah, he basically serves as the tutorial.
Yeah, and for such a simple fight, he requires fur, like the fur grab, stabbing, jumping and grabbing, and then kind of like the hang on navigation while conserving stamina. So it kind of requires a couple of the basic skills required for most of the Colossi, but yeah, that kind of grassy, mossy fur, like most Colossi are made up of 2 like areas, like an area you can grab onto and like a hard shell rocky area that is sheer and you can't. So you kind of learn where you're able to go and where you're not. So for Valus, so number 1, he's fairly straightforward. You make your way all the way up to the top. There's only 1 sigil, and he doesn't do he's not too aggressive with trying to throw you off. He will usually kind of like lean his head down. So, and it also kind of teaches you, whoa, these guys aren't happy that we're stabbing them in the head, and they really do try to throw you off. So before you have your stamina built up, it's actually kind of nerve-wracking where like you kind of think, okay, maybe I have to back off to his shoulders and maybe kind of calm down for a minute. If you know exactly how quickly you can get up to that sigil, you don't have to recharge at all. You can do it on the first shot.
Yeah, and another important part is the sigil is on the head. I think that's a really important for being the first Colossi that you fight, because in a majority of these Colossi, that's where your sigil is. That's where you're going to locate at least one, right? I mean, some of them have multiple sigils, but it kind of gives you kind of a good starting point where you can say, okay, well, this is probably where at least one of the sigils is going to be.
Yeah. And later on, when that sigil on the head is stabbed and disappeared, and he's not dead yet, you're like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, it makes sense too. Like the sigils help you, but a lot of times they're in fairly clear weak points on the bodies. Like the head is an obvious weak point, and the heart for some of them, things like that.
There were, we'll get to it, but there were 2 specifically that I'm thinking of that. I for a while I was like, where is this? And I had to use the sword, and I was like, oh, that's where it is.
Yeah. So the second battle was with Quadratus, which was the sort of, I think Taurus Major was the other name given to this. There are also these, like you said, there was these sort of Grecian names given to these each of these colossi, but there were also sort of like surnames that people had put out there for them, and this one was sort of had characteristics of sort of a bull, so Taurus Major, four-legged, and the way this fight kind of went was this is the fight where you had to use your bow really for the first time, and fire at the bottom of the feet, which are sort of glowing to give you an indication, okay, something might need to be done here. And it was very slow-moving, and even the foot was over you for a long time before it came crashing down, so it gave you plenty of time to react.
If this is what I'm thinking of, because it has been a little while since I actually finished the game, I think the way I was doing it was actually not waiting for him to try and crush me, but I was watching for as he walked, and his foot lifted just enough where you could actually shoot under it. And it was a little more difficult to hit, but it was a lot safer because then you're avoiding being crushed, and you don't have to worry about being super fast about it. So I think that was that's the one I'm thinking that's the way I had done it.
I think that was me too. Yeah, I didn't wait for the crush to happen. If you kind of hang out underneath him, the legs will come up now and then, or he kind of just like bucks up a little bit and just kind of like moves his hooves or whatever you call it, and it does leave you enough of a gap. And then I think he ends up kind of like getting knocked over on his side, and then you have to grab onto him, and that's how you're able to gain access to the upper areas, because his legs are sheer for a good 15-20 feet up, so there's no way. And for a while I think the first thing I tried was jumping to the fur from the horse, which I couldn't get to work. So
yeah, I think I might have tried the same thing, where I was trying to like grab onto the leg somewhere thinking maybe there's a ledge to hook onto, but just wasn't working. Because that's one thing too, is like I was saying about each fight being quite different, where after the first one you think alright, well, it makes sense to try and aim for the legs and climb up the legs that way, and then suddenly you're like, there's nowhere to climb, so what do you do now?
Yeah.
And then once you get on his back, I think he had, like, it wasn't a complicated thing, but it was kind of like a maze of armor that you kind of had to just navigate through, just while you made sure that your stamina was at a decent level.
Yeah, you had to perform sort of like a semicircle movement around his body from his front leg, up around his body to that certain point.
Yeah.
Sigils located. The head, once again, the place we're used to, and then they threw in a second, which was at the sort of the lower back area as well.
I think, was this one of the ones where you couldn't hit both of them in random order? Like, I know some of them they were all available to hit at first, and then other ones, like I think this one you had to hit them in a certain order.
Is that true?
I think so.
I don't know.
One of the things I noticed in the game was if you had your bow out instead of your sword, then the sigil would not appear. So I noticed a lot of times that if I had my bow on, I'd be like, "Where is the sigil at?" And I kind of I think maybe that might have tripped you up. Maybe because you used the bow first, that you didn't pull out your sword until you got to the head.
It's a lot like Sting in Lord of the Rings.
yeah, I can see that. Yeah, that's possible. That might be what it is. I just thought I remember that I might have tried to pull out the sword and I couldn't find it anyways, and it didn't seem to appear until after defeating the one on the head. But maybe it was just that I had the bow.
Yeah, there were certain colossi where you could not, where there was a sigil or two that would not appear until a certain point. One of them I'm thinking of is the next to last that had the sigil inside the hand. You had to actually get to that point first before you could attack that sigil. So the third was Gaius, the Earth Knight. This was a tricky one. This was one of the more challenging colossi, I thought, being sort of at the beginning as the third colossi. A pretty tough battle, and really had to it really made you think outside the box. This was really the first puzzle colossi, right?
Yeah, and he was my favorite to this point in the game.
Yeah,
and I felt like I tried so many things before I figured it out. And the thing is, I felt like I tried the solution and it didn't work. And then like I tried some other things. Then I went, because you look around your environment and you're like, okay, there has to be a reason why there's a platform in this area. Yeah. So, you try to lead him over to it. You try to, and then he keeps swinging he's swinging a small building at you. And, you know, so it's like, okay, like there's got to be, let me see if I can get him to hit that thing. And I swear I tried it once. I didn't think it worked. He probably didn't hit it. But this is one of the ones where there's several puzzles to solve. So it's not just like you figure the first thing out. Then there's the issue of, you know, getting up, crawling around, finding, you know, again, multiple sigils. So this was, you know, after Rich got over his vertigo from climbing up the spiral of doom to reach this point. This was a great fight for me. This is actually the picture I have hanging in my my game room is a picture of this Colossus.
Yeah, I definitely like the visuals, but this was also my first Colossus that frustrated me to the point of like throwing the controller on the ground. The first two, you could just go straight for the Colossus. This is the first one you really need to use the environment. And there was no way else to do it, really. And I hadn't quite realized that with the game, that it involved the environment so fluidly. And before that, I was just assuming that they were all going to be similar to the first two, where you just can kind of run at them and then figure it out. And so I wasn't really looking at the environment when I was fighting this one for the first few deaths. And it ended up getting to the point where I had to look up a walkthrough, because I actually felt like I had the solution, but it turns out where I kind of did something that wasn't that worked, but it wasn't what you were supposed to do. Because what I first did was I got him to hit down the sword thing. I climbed up the sword, and then when he pulls it back, he kind of has like a whiplash effect where it launches you into the air. And the very first time that happened to me, I actually grabbed onto the fur above the bracer on his arm. I was like,
so
all
you
right,
did the
so this
speedrun method.
Yeah, I did.
Great,
and, I didn't mean to, and I was like, okay, well, this must be the way to do it. It's hard, but like it felt like that was the way to do it, because it got me up towards where I was supposed to be. And so at that point I was like, all right, there's nothing else to do, this is just what you have to do.
I actually thought cool. I thought I was supposed to, besides like trying to use that little, you know, kind of platform for him to slam his building into that, you know, destroys his bracer that allows you to climb up, I tried to get him to fall off the platform down to the water below.
That's something I didn't try.
I was sure that was what I had to do. I said, okay, he's too tall, but if I can get him to fall off that thing, his head will be at my level, and then I can jump onto it. And of course, that's not a thing that you can do.
You're overthinking it, Bill.
I was.
But even like Jamie said, like him being like pulled back up and whiplashed and being able to grab on, you know, during that instance says a lot about the game. I mean, it's really cool that, you know, that you can kind of manipulate it in that way and try something else, and that the game still allows that, you know, without you having to get past the part with shattering the bracer.
Yeah, there's never one set defined way of going about things.
Mm-hmm. The problem with that being that once I did that once, and then I proceeded to fall off because I just made a mistake. After being up there, I was like, okay, well, this is the way to do it. And then I kept trying, and I couldn't get it. I just couldn't get it a second time. Yeah. And so I got so frustrated because I thought I was doing it the right way, and it wasn't working. And so that's the point where I had to look up a walkthrough, and it's like, oh, that's so simple. Why didn't I think about that?
And this was the first Colossi, too, where it forced you... I mean, I assume that everyone, you know, knowing that this sigil's definitely in the head... You know, this was one of the first Colossi where you take the first sigil out and you're like, oh my gosh, where's the next one at? Yeah. And you figure out that you have to descend down this Colossi. So not only, you know, are you, you know, typically you're just, you know, you're going vertically. This is the first one really where you have to descend down his body and you know, maintain control and stamina to get to this new location.
And he's not an easy one to descend because his shoulders have a wider, you know, have a wider berth than his waist does. He's got like an hourglass type body, so you can't just let go of the fur on his back and then re-grab because you're not there anymore. So you either had to crawl down manually, or you had to kind of go down his shoulder and, you know, really time that jump to where you would land on that platform, kind of just above where his waist was. But yeah, I actually had forgotten about the second point when I'm playing on this playthrough, and I was like, oh, I have more work to do.
Mm-hmm.
So the fourth Colossi, we'll go ahead and move on, was Phaedra, which was sort of, the other name given to Phaedra was Equus Prime, which Equus is, you know, horse, absolutely.
Yeah, this is the really tall horse one.
This was a bit of an aggravation. This was the one that had the bunkers with the tunnels underneath them.
Yeah, I didn't love this one.
No.
Really, he was one of my favorites.
Really?
Yeah, I enjoyed
he was
this battle.
he was more of a giraffe-looking dude to me, but I think Equus makes sense as well. So since you liked him, why don't you go through kind of why he's your jam?
Okay, why Equus is my jam? Apparently, I had taken a really different approach to battling him than everybody. There's that sort of platform type thing hanging off his backside, which you can jump off the horse and reach. But I wasn't able to do that, so I thought, okay, I can lure this guy over to the bunkers, and then I'll run in the bunker, come out another side, and while he's still distracted trying to find me, I was able to jump off the... once I came out, jump off the top of the bunker onto his like tassel type things.
Huh.
Yeah, almost like a fire escape hanging off his back.
Yeah. See, I didn't do that fire escape thing. I did a totally different.
Oh, you mean the
approach.
tassel like hanging off his head?
Yeah, off the sides of his face.
That.
Yeah.
Okay, those. Yeah, because he had like these little dreadlocks with like stone tassels.
Yeah.
hanging
Yeah.
off his head. Yeah.
He's a Bob Marley of the Colossi.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I mean, I did the same thing as the first part of you. I've never done that jump off the horse onto that fire escape on his back. But I did the same thing. I lured him into a tunnel, and then I went out another tunnel. And while his head is in there, I didn't jump on the tassel. I did jump onto the fire escape. I think it took me so long to get him distracted the way I wanted him to be that I was just frustrated by the time I finally got him to do what I wanted to. I don't know. It is a very environment driven puzzle. But I think a lot of people ended up just saying, "Oh well, if I can just jump from the horse, I can get to that too."
Yeah.
I think this was one of the horse optional battles.
Right.
And I totally didn't use aggro at all.
I didn't either on this one.
Yeah, this was one where I went like Bill. I went for the back fire escape method, and I had so many times where he saw me and he pulled away from where he was distracted that I figured if you go anywhere near the front half of him, he's going to see you and it's not going to work. So I just assumed that you had to go from behind somehow, and I felt like this was one of the ones where they weren't very responsive, and he was a bit slow. So, I mean, they're all slow in a way, but this one felt like no matter what you did, he would go somewhere you didn't want him to go, basically. And it just felt like the tunnels weren't really working for me. I think part of the problem being that you had to actually go most of the time to the opposite tunnel, and you also had to kind of really make sure he was lured right to the one that you first entered, because there were sometimes where I went too quickly into the tunnels, and then he didn't actually notice where I went in.
What helped me a lot on this most recent playthrough, because I've played it multiple times, so on this most recent community playthrough, since I knew exactly what I wanted him to do, and I just wanted him to do it faster, whenever I'm trying to lure one of the Colossus to a place where I want him to go, I never just let him see me or whistle or anything. I shoot him with 7 arrows, and then once they're walking towards me, then I take my route. So I don't know how often you guys would use the arrows to kind of get them to come to you.
I did later, but on this one I think I hadn't quite figured that out yet.
Yeah. If you decide to play through it again, using the arrows to just as like a kind of like a nudge, it makes a lot of the fights a lot quicker.
Yeah, I used arrows quite a lot, even from the beginning, even with Valus. That's how I got his attention. So.
And I love how they all stay.
Yeah,
you bury
really awesome.
40 arrows in the fur, and then by the end of the fight, they're just falling out.
I was totally hoping for like a Lord of the Rings Legolas slamming the elephant kind of scene with the Colossus. I was totally hoping for that, but they didn't have that in there.
Yeah.
So the 5th Colossi was Avion, the Delta Phoenix. This was the flying Colossus, the first time that you actually get to battle one of the flying Colossi.
This was the one over the water, right?
Yes.
Yes. And you had to get their attention with the bow, and then you had to jump up and grab the wing as they swooped down to attack you, which was just really cool.
Yeah, that was such an adrenaline rush.
Of all the moments in the game, because there's a lot of great moments in the game, but this is the first moment where you kind of realize what the realm of the possible, because every one of these, they're kind of showing you more of like what can happen, and then in the later fights they're combining several of these different things. So you get to the area, you see that cutscene, he's flying around, and you're like, how am I gonna get up there? And there's really nothing you can do. It's just sheer walls everywhere. You're in the water, you kind of get on this platform, and you just have to eventually kind of fire an arrow at him, and he kind of reacts, and he starts flying towards you, and then he swoops down, and if you don't jump and grab on, he'll just knock you off into the water. And that happens a few times, and you're kind of like, can I grab onto him? And the first time that you time that jump and you grab onto him, and all of a sudden you're just flying in the air, that's such a cool feeling, and one of the great moments. There's later flying moments in the game, but it's the first time where you kind of realize this is what's possible, and this is what I'm going to have to do, and it's a great moment when you get up in the air.
I love the rushing too of the wind going past and everything. It just adds to the whole thing.
Yeah, and knowing that you're gonna have to walk out on the edge of those wings, wow, that's awesome. Just really cool. But again, with my my sort of fear of heights, that was I just kind of tiptoeing out there, but just really neat.
Yeah, I was really surprised with this one how stable he felt though. Like you were flying in the air and he's flapping his wings and stuff, but you could walk around without holding on for quite a long time at certain points.
Right. If he wasn't violently flapping, or if he wasn't kind of middle of one of those banking turns, you were pretty good just walking. I mean, even though you were good, you still kind of felt like at any time you had to be ready to grab on.
I had my hand hovering over the grab button the whole time.
Right. Yeah. So, there's I believe a sigil on each wing, and then one way back on the tail. Which is kind of it extends a little bit back further, a little bit further than I thought it might. But yeah, this was a fantastic fight. I mean, and similar to the first one or two fights, it's one of those fights where once you realize how to mount the Colossus, you've pretty much won the fight. You just have to maintain enough stamina to be able to do that, because on a lot of guys, if you fall, you can incur damage. On this fight, you're most likely hitting water if you fall, so there's probably not a ton of risk of dying, unless when you jump up to mount him, if you miss the grab and he just slams into you, that does take health away.
Yeah. One thing actually I just remembered is the fact that when you're trying to recover your stamina, normally if you're on the ground or anywhere on a platform and you crouch, it'll recover way faster. And I was just wondering, did you guys actually take advantage of that very often? Like in
all the time.
Colossus fights? I mean, if you could find a spot without fur to actually sit down without grabbing?
I actually didn't all that much. I normally would just stay standing. No real reason. Just I think I was just so aggressive with wanting to keep the fight going. I didn't want to feel like I was taking more of a break, but it probably would be the smarter thing to do would be to recover quicker with the crouch mechanic.
Yeah, but of course if there was no solid platform of armor to sit on, it didn't really work, because you just grab onto the fur and waste more of your stamina.
So the sixth Colossus was called Barba, or as the other translation was the Goliath. This was the bearded giant. It's awesome.
I called him Beardo. Beardo. Called him Beardo.
Really reminded me of a dwarf, with a big beard.
I really feel like he was just looking for a beer,
looking under the ledge for his lost beer.
Ale.
Little did he know.
This one, I think, because this is the second one that separated you from your horse, because Gaius, you had to climb up without your horse. So I believe this was, if I'm not mistaken, you had to climb down into this area, and once you got low enough, then he was revealed. And I remember being pretty scared, because I wanted to get away from him, and you're trying to jump and scale over these walls as he's kind of walking behind you and he's crashing through them, but you're not looking at him. And I think I died at least once the first time when I thought I could just run up to him, but you eventually have to make your way to the very back wall, and as his name implies, he's got a big bushy beard, and that is your key to success.
Yeah, I think with a lot of the bipedal colossi, or at least I instinctively wanted to just go like mano a mano and just take him on that way. But with Barba, you had to run away from him. And I was actually doing this battle while a friend was over who had also beaten the game. And so I come down into the temple, and Barba comes out of the passageway, and he's saying, "Run, run!"
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the first moment in the game where I felt scared, like I felt tension.
I think when I was doing it, I like Bill. I think I tried to rush at him first too a little bit, and then I quickly realized nothing was working, and so I had to run. But I think just the fact that I wasted time, he was really close behind me when I was running, and I don't think I died, but it definitely did some damage when he was crashing through the walls, and that definitely racked up the tension quite high.
And I think he's fairly straightforward. Once you kind of are able to scale him, I believe was there a second sigil?
He did have a second sigil, yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of like lower back area.
He got that when he was in college.
Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't talk about that night anymore.
Yeah.
Well. But this was one of the first Colossi that I felt, he didn't come out, really aggressive, but, except for crashing through the walls, but it seemed like...
He was kind of aggressive, not really, but kind of.
It seemed more... with this, that he was sort of curious about what you were. I mean, when he like leaned down, when he would lean down and he would like look at you with his face. I mean, it's sort of terrifying at the same time. But there's like a hint of curiosity that it makes you a little more sympathetic.
Mm-hmm.
What is this little thing in my temple?
Right.
I do feel like if something was on a beard, like, because a lot of times when you're on the back of the Colossus and they're kind of like, oh, they're swinging, they can't get to you. I kind of feel like if you're hanging off his beard, he'd be able to swat you away with his hands.
Yeah, I'm surprised it didn't do that.
And that's just one of those things that again, like I try not to pick apart like every little thing. It's just something that kind of stood out to me, so I thought I'd mention it.
Yeah,
I think like in hindsight, once you've been away from the game for a while, you kind of say, yeah, he could have just swatted me off his beard.
So one issue I had that may have stopped that is the first time I grabbed onto him, I basically got lost in his beard. Like I climbed into it and I went pretty much inside of it, and I just got disoriented. I couldn't figure out where I was and which way was up.
It's so warm and fuzzy in here.
Yeah,
that sounds like a bad country song. Lost in your beard.
ZZ Top.
Yeah. So I actually just gave up. I let go and tried it again because I couldn't figure out how to get around the beard.
A funny ZZ Top fact: the only guy without a beard is Frank Beard.
It's true.
They could have given him, what they could have done to get around the couldn't reach his, swat you off his beard problem. They could have given him Tyrannosaurus arms.
They could have.
And then he could have, like, feebly swatted at you in vain.
That would have been funny to see.
All screeching. So the seventh Colossus that you battle is called Hydrus. This was the water Colossi. Also had the name of Leviathan. This was the only water Colossi, which I was kind of surprised. I don't know if anybody else felt that way.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. This one was one that I absolutely hated dealing with the first couple times I played the game. Mm-hmm. This most recent time, knowing how to defeat him, it's not as tricky, and that's not because I had beaten it before. Because there are fights that were long fights that I enjoyed the process of figuring out how to The first time you go through some of these boss battles, it's like could be like a 25, 35 minute thing.
Yep.
And then like after you know how to do it, it's okay, well, it's 5 minutes or whatever. But this is one that I did not enjoy the process of figuring this guy out. So yeah, it's an interesting idea. I just don't know if I just didn't enjoy the process and the puzzle. It's like disliking a puzzle room in a game, I guess. So.
Yeah.
What was the method to latch onto him? Was it you kind of had to tread water, and then when his
more or less
tail came up, you kind of grabbed on before he submerged again?
That's how I did it.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So you kind of, same thing. And I guess the other reason I didn't like it is because I like using arrows to get attention, and you couldn't fire arrows underwater while you were in the water. So you kind of get his attention, and by using whatever button, L1, that locks your view on the Colossus, he comes up at you, and you have to, kind of move beyond, or at least what I did, I moved beyond, like, kind of like the path of his head coming in at me. So I wanted to avoid that electricity that are coming on his back. But once you made sure you avoided the electricity, you had to kind of follow him so that you could grab the tail, once it surfaced. And then, once you were above water, you kind of regained your air, which was also represented by the stamina meter. And as you, kind of ran, further up to, the sigils that lined his back until you got to his head. The other thing I didn't like about this is it didn't seem possible. It probably is, but it didn't seem possible to do it in one shot. To get one of them, get the next one. Like, I felt like no matter what happened, I had to start the process over again.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how I ended up taking him down.
Yeah, because you could take part of it out, and then you would have to. At some point, he would just dive, and you would run out of air.
Yeah.
But I did like the process of moving when you would surface. I love that. I thought that was awesome. I love moving a little bit when you surfaced, and then when the water would rise again, you just grab on again and go under and then come back up. I did really like the process of the fight. But yeah, you're right. If you could just do that all in one motion or in one try and not have to latch onto him again, I think it would have been a much better fight.
Yeah, but then at the same time, there's some other ones that, especially later on, they throw you off so much that you can't do them in one fight either, or in one.
Absolutely right. And you know why I'm cool with that is because the process of getting back on the Colossus again, to me, in those later fights, is fun. Getting his attention and waiting for him to walk by me, and going around the thing and grabbing his I it's hard for me to explain. I don't know if I can pick it apart in a way that makes sense to me even now that I'm saying it. But I know exactly what you're saying, because you're right. Later in the game, some of my favorite fights you can't do in one shot. But jumping from your horse onto a thing, getting up in the air, running, there's things about that process on those later fights that are so much fun for me. I guess just treading water. Okay, Marco.
Yeah.
Where are you?
It was a really
come
tedious
back over to me.
Battle.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we totally skipped over his environment, because he had a really cool
a pathway
setting.
Getting to him. Yeah.
Yeah. You sort of enter that area, you come out on the bridge, and you had to dive into the water. But when you're on that bridge, you can see him just swimming in the water there, just doing his own thing, which really made me feel like I don't want to, battle this thing.
I think after reading your comment about that, I was actually looking for him coming up to him, and I couldn't really see the spot that you were talking about where you could see him from a distance. I don't know if maybe I was looking in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
I don't remember being able to actually see him swimming around until you got up close.
No, you could. There was a few spots on the tower near the top of the bridge where you could actually, see the sort of the sparkling, the electricity in the water and whatnot.
Yeah, you couldn't see him
Pretty
clearly, but you could see the electric shocks or whatever.
Right. It was sort of a flash.
Also not from remembering it, but maybe it just didn't stand out to me.
So did you spiral down that tower? Or?
Jump.
I jumped.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That was yeah, I mean, you knew you weren't going to take any damage, so, jumping was easy. Just a quick, no-brainer there. And then another thing I noticed that it kind of bothered me a little bit about the game, when you would run out of stamina or air as you would go underwater, because the stamina meter would act as
your air meter,
as sort of an air meter as well. One of the things I noticed was that you didn't take damage when you ran out of air. You would assume you might take some damage as you go into the top, but you didn't.
Easier when you're already dealing with a fairly difficult Colossus to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think now you're just being nitpicky.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I'm asking for realism in a very unrealistic game, aren't I?
Yeah. I was going to say about the trying to take him out in one shot thing, that I think the most I felt I could manage was taking out 2 of the spikes at once. Because if you hit one and then you run as fast as you can without having to stop in between that and the next one, you can sort of manage 2. But yeah, you definitely can't get all of them in one go.
Yeah, I think it took
because
me 3
like
goes.
Rich said, once he goes down under, then it's with that big dive, then you really can't follow him at that point.
Yep.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter how big your stamina meter is because you can't move once you're underwater. So
yeah.
All right. So we'll move on to the 4th Colossi, which was Kuramori. I guess I'm pronouncing that correct. The other translation that I found online was Wall Shadow, which I think is appropriate for this Colossi. This was a sort of a lizard-like Colossi where you had to use
that almost like Colosseum type thing.
Yep. Right.
it's like a tall Colosseum, like a Coke can kind of, like the internal, spiral structure. And this was a really interesting one. A little bit frustrating until you kind of figure out what's going on, especially since he's throwing projectiles at you, which I believe is the first one who does this. So you kind of now, instead of just kind of taking your time and being leisurely about it, you now have to be extremely defensive because you could get, exploded.
Yeah.
I was really reminded of like a snake pit with this one. It felt like the kind of place they might throw prisoners or their captured enemies into and then fight off.
Or Batman.
yeah, exactly.
He's also one Colossus that doesn't notice you right when you come in.
Yep.
So you had to whistle or you had to shoot him with an arrow.
Yep.
Once he does notice you, it's definitely one of the
Game
more
on.
aggressive ones. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually think it helps out if you can get him to notice you and then drop to another level or climb. You could either drop or climb to another level. I think it's easier to drop to another level because you're going to have to jump down on him anyway once you knock him off.
Yeah.
So what I did was like I got him to see me, and once like the projectiles came at me, I knew he knew I was over there. So then I would go around to another level a little bit lower, and you could either do one of two things. You could shoot his feet out, like either like both top feet to kind of get him to tumble down, and I think if you had sight to his like underbelly, like the stomach, you could shoot him there to get him to pop down as well. If you could get him.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, if you can get him positioned like in front of you where he's so that's another thing you could do is if you get his attention and then he comes over to like whatever kind of like a hole you were kind of sticking your head out of, but you drop down one level and stay in that same area. If there is a hole in this concrete there, you just one shot on his belly drops him straight down.
Oh wow,
that would be a lot easier.
So it's tricky to get it lined up because there's not always an open spot under each. Because it's not like a pre-made like kind of like wall like windows. It's almost like there's like kind of randomly placed like kind of cracks and breaks in the wall and like gauges. So you either have to know exactly where they are or just get lucky with it. But I think more often than not, I just shot the legs out.
Yeah.
I would say this was one of the more annoying fights for me. It's really tedious to hit those legs, to be on the move all the time, to escape the sort of the fire or the acid breath that he had. And then once you got him down on the ground on his back, you really only had 1 or 2 stabs at the sigil. And so you had to rinse and repeat quite a few times.
Did you guys, once you knocked him down, did you run down or did you jump down?
I jumped down.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I jumped down too, but after I got his attention, I'd run down to sort of like the 3rd or 4th floor, so that when I did jump, it wouldn't be such a painful blow.
Well, I think when I was doing it, I didn't even go that high to knock him off. I think I only was knocking him off from the 2nd floor. Like I don't think he had to go quite up to the 3rd or 4th.
I didn't want to take the stairs that much,
Yeah. Now, I've never tested this myself. It's just something that I've read, is that the higher you knock him down from, the longer he stays down.
Oh, really? That might be.
Makes sense.
I've never actually tested that, but it makes sense given that the higher the player falls down from, the longer they're stunned for.
Yeah.
But if you knock him down from higher, you either need to be a good deal lower so that you're closer to him, or position that jump very precisely so that you can land on him and not take as much damage.
One thing that helped with the damage a bit too is if you try to line yourself up with any outcroppings partway down or just pieces of rubble, you could kind of like interrupt your fall a bit, and then it resets the amount of height that you're falling from for each drop, so you don't take quite as much damage that way. I know that helped me out for a couple of spots, because if you just went straight down from top to the ground, you're going to be stunned forever, and then he'll get up before you can even move.
So, moving on to the 9th Colossi that we had to battle was Bessarion, or as the other name was, Storm Echo. This was the turtle, basically, the turtle Colossi, where you had to use the geysers to lift him up. And then you had to, once lifted, you had to use the bow on the feet to turn the sort of the turtle over onto its back.
I think this was probably my favorite out of all of them.
Really?
Yeah.
This was the most frustrating one for me.
Really?
I would say top 2 worst for me, but no,
Really?
I'm interested. Please, Jamie.
I think for me it just was the first, like they all felt epic, but I think this is the first one where it just really felt like a massive scale because you're in such a big field and you need to use the horse to move around, and the way he comes in, just everything about him made it feel much more epic than the previous ones, I thought. And even though he's somewhat slow, once you get out there, he seems to kind of pick up speed a bit, and it doesn't take him very long to go across this massive field, even though you're trying to run full speed away from him. And I think, if I remember right, it had a bit of a storm thing going on too in the environment at the time. The winds were picking up, and I don't remember for sure if there's lightning and stuff too, but it definitely felt like a bit more of a darker environment there.
So how did you guys get Bassaran to hover over a geyser? I would just arrow. Yeah, I guess that worked. But once I had his attention, I just keep driving aggro in a circle around that geyser until Bassaran would be right over that spot.
Yeah.
Geyser came up.
It was really tricky, like the depth perception. You would always think, okay, well, he's over the geyser now, and it wouldn't even be, for me, I know a lot of times it wouldn't be close. I mean, luckily...
I think he had to be, like, perfectly above it.
Yeah, well, almost. I mean, there were some times where it was a little askew over the geyser, and it still worked for me.
Yeah, I think the hitbox was pretty forgiving on this one.
Yeah, but it was still really aggravating. Plus, you got a turtle shooting freaking laser beams at you, so, I mean, it doesn't help matters.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I wasn't anti this fight. I just, and again, it has a lot of the things that I like about a lot of these fights. It's based on the environment. You have to, stay mobile. Being on horseback helps with the projectiles, but you could do pretty well on your feet as well. I don't know. It's just something about it didn't really resonate with me. It just seems seemed like kind of I don't know. Like, I don't want to say stock because that just sounds like so like generic, but there wasn't anything in it that when I was done with it, I was kind of left with the same feeling as I was after some of the other guys. Like, whoa, that was pretty intense.
I agree. I think one of the points was once you learned how to mount the Colossi, it became a very average and easy fight. The tough part was getting him to flip over and then traversing him quick enough so that when he flipped over, you would be in a spot that was where you could gain further purchase or access. Right? You had to do it really quick. This one, I used a lot of the kind of the jumps. You'd grab and let your meter fill up, and you would jump forward. I used that a lot for this fight, just because you had to be so quick.
And if you had the horse jumping off of him, it gave you a bit of a head start too, like just getting that extra height off of the horse jump.
Now, I'm going to take a stab in the dark and just say that I think the next one is probably the least favorite of most people.
Yeah. For me, not necessarily anything to do with like difficulty or anything. I just found him kind of mediocre and boring, basically.
Yeah. And before we go any further, this was Dirge, the Sand Tiger, which we've already mentioned a little bit before.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I skipped a number there. Yeah, okay, I'm thinking of number 11. Okay, Dirge, no, this is different. Yeah, least favorite still. Yeah, definitely one of the ones I didn't like that much, but no, sorry, I'm thinking of...
I was saying the same thing. Like 11 is my personal least favorite, which we haven't talked about yet. Dirge, I really, really, really liked the latest time I played it. I think the first few times was when the kind of the camera problem and the control problem that hadn't really made itself apparent for a long time since you kind of got used to it. It kind of for the first time you had to, be doing things while you were on horseback with the camera that you hadn't done yet. So maybe it was an experience thing. The first few times I played through, I didn't enjoy this fight at all. Just this very last playthrough, though, I really enjoyed this fight, but I just kind of have a feeling that this is a frustrating fight for a lot of people because of the way that you have to manipulate the camera to get. In a nutshell, you have to get this, it's kind of like it's the sandworm from Beetlejuice. So he's chasing you, and he's mostly under the sand, and it's this kind of like, this big kind of underground environment with like stalactites and stalagmites and like, big rock walls. And as he gets close enough to you, his head kind of comes out of the ground, and he's got these like, crazy eyes. Like he is insane, and you have to fire an arrow into these while on horseback. So if anything pops up in front of you, or your horse steering while looking backwards is not great, it's a frustrating fight. But once you kind of get to the point where you can really manipulate the camera and the bow and arrow the way that you want to, I think it's a great fight. But I think a lot of people have difficulty with it the first time they play it.
Yeah, I think a lot of first time players are going to have trouble with him. But you're talking about steering aggro while you're trying to aim the bow. I let aggro just do his own thing, and 9 times out of 10 it was okay. But yeah, this was the most exhilarating and terrifying battle yet. Just trying to run away from this guy and seeing those eyes. They will haunt me.
I liked the style of him, like the visuals and stuff, and the eyes, definitely. That was pretty awesome. But also what I was saying earlier, like I said, that was definitely more for number 11, because I didn't realize which one we were talking about here. But for this one, I didn't like him because I was so stumped on what to do. And I actually had to look up a walkthrough for this one, because I didn't realize that you could fire backwards off of the horse. Like that, if I'd known that, I would have probably figured it out on my own.
Yeah, I'll admit that I had to look at a walkthrough as well.
Yeah.
But only because I was like crippled with fear from this guy.
Did you guys use your game genies?
Need to get one of those.
My favorite thing about this fight was when you would actually hit him in the eye, and then you could just watch him like kind of crash into one of the walls and just get knocked out and stunned. I thought that was one of the neater
rewarding
things.
It felt like a Zelda battle in that way to me.
It was really Zelda-esque, wasn't it?
Yeah, like, shoot the glowy bit, and then mirror wall.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many Zelda battles that are like that, and it's not a bad thing. It was just like the only battle that kind of stood out as like being different in that way.
I think I thought that there was something to do with making him crash into things, and that's part of what stumped me, because I didn't realize that I had to do something with the eyes first.
You didn't know how to make him crash into
I didn't know how to make him
something.
crash. Yeah, I was trying to like put myself in front of the rock, and then like as he got close, run out of the way and have him crash into it, and that wasn't working.
Yep, I think I tried that.
Yeah, and then I was just kind of like standing there on the rocks, watching him going around for must have been a good half an hour trying to figure out what to do, and I just couldn't get it. It wasn't.
And we haven't mentioned at all yet, and we've all been stumped on most of these guys the first time through. The game does give you hints. The form of the presence, Dorman or Dormir, or whatever you say.
That's a good point.
And I think it's cool that that's who they have guiding you, given the story and the way things end up turning out. Like he's the kind of the one nudging you, like, hey buddy, but at the same time, they're very subtle. Like you'll get a hint, and it's like, you have to do this, and you're like, well, of course I have to do that. You're not helping.
Yeah. And most of the time I was just like, shut up, let me figure it out myself.
Yeah, can you stop? Yeah, stop saying it. You've said it 13 times. Like, go on to hint 2.
Yeah.
Well, since we're talking about hints, the music. If you were doing the right thing, the music changed. It picked up, like it crescendoed into something more intense.
Yeah. Great topic to bring up.
And also the when the music changes, when you kind of get to the area, and it's like da-da, and like you're looking around like, what?
Yeah.
What? And then like so, and I forget what the name of this, but if you get the soundtrack, I think the name of the song is "A Way Opened." When it just starts picking up and like da 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 da, and you're like, yes, I am the best.
Yeah, that's how you feel.
Yeah.
Oh, it is so great when that music changes when you find something.
So, Celossia?
Yeah. Well, we've already developed some pre-hate by going out of order for this one. So we'll talk about Celossia, or the Flame Guardian. This was the first very small Colossi, one of the smaller ones, which was cool.
Yeah. So, and I don't think he was my least favorite because of his size. I really feel like more than any other fight, I felt like I was doing the thing that I had to do to beat him like 100 times before it worked.
Mm-hmm.
You try to get back to that very back area where you can kind of jump behind that fallen column, and you're like, okay, I'm going to try to jump in this thing and jump up and jump up and jump up, and I'm going to get on him. And then it's like, no, like, stop doing that. So, okay, I'm going to stop doing that. There's some fire over there. I'm going to go get that fire. And you can jump up on that thing and, get, knock the fire over by either just, like, knocking it down yourself, or I think you can have Solosia crash into it. But I really feel like I was like, nope, it's too high. I can't jump on it. And this is one of the first ones, or I think this was the first one that I looked up when I originally played it, how to beat him. And then when they were like, oh yeah, just do this. And then I went and it worked. And I was like, okay, I literally tried that like 35 times and it didn't work.
Yeah.
Then you knock him down and he falls and you're like, okay, great, the armor's off. And then you're like, oh, the fight's not over.
Yeah.
See, when I was battling him, when I knocked him off, he did not come back up. And I was expecting him to. But you're going to have to go down and lure him to come back up into that battle arena area.
And that's tedious because he is very fast. Both of the small ones are really fast, and they will stun you for quite a long time if they ram into you.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I was foreshadowing earlier.
Yeah.
Is the only bit where the stun is detrimental to the game is with the two small ones.
Absolutely agree.
Because if they gore you, and then you're just down, and then you're like, oh.
And if you're pinned in a corner.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then on the next small one, I'm like, I'm next to the ladder that I need to like jump up to get to, and it's like you stand up and you go to jump for it, and you grab the ladder, but gore, and you're like, oh, and you're down for like 10 seconds,
and then you just
it was tricky.
So what I liked about Solosia was that this is the first time, at least in my playthrough, that I felt Wander had the upper hand over a Colossus. So once you grab that fire, and Solosia starts backing away, you kind of realize, oh, this thing is afraid of fire, The tables have turned.
Yep. Yeah. Little god complex.
Exactly.
Unless you're like me and you're doing that and the flame goes out. Because it is on a timer.
That happened once, yeah. But no,
and you're like,
it's like when Linda Hamilton's shotgun was out of bullets with like one shot left, and you're like, oh, I was so powerful until just now.
All the power is stricken away from me.
This was really my least favorite because, like I mentioned earlier, he was so small and just kind of felt mediocre compared to the others. I mean, everything before that is fitting to the name Colossus is huge and lumbering, and then this one's just kind of tiny, and it didn't really feel that impressive.
He was bigger than Wander too.
He was, yeah,
to play devil's advocate.
Not big.
This was a Shadow of the Colossus's pet.
Yeah, it felt like it. Yeah.
And see, that's sort of why I nicknamed the two canine type colossi the Temple Dogs.
Yeah.
Okay. So Temple of the Dog with Chris Cornell
Eddie
and
Vedder.
Eddie Vedder.
Exactly.
I could get into that.
Stone Gossard, yeah.
Yep. They are going hungry. And you know what else we haven't talked about is the path to get to Solosia was actually one of my favorites.
Oh, yeah.
You end up like standing in the desert and you're like, okay,
where do I go?
there's nothing here. And then you start to, you aim your sword down a little bit and you're like, wait, is that a crevasse or a ravine?
Right,
what do we have there? And then, you end up going down there and it's, that was kind of an interesting, traversing the environment to get to this guy was actually, one of the points about him that I liked a lot.
Yeah, the second time I had to use a walkthrough in this game was just to find him. So I couldn't find him. Like, I'm going in the right direction, but I did not think to look down into that giant hole.
Yep, and they talk about this in game design a lot, is getting the player to look up and down is very difficult. Like, they have to really kind of like, whistle or call your attention to something. But yeah, like you'll be riding and you hold your sword up and okay, the beams are straight ahead. You put your sword out for 5 seconds, you put your beam up again, it's behind you. Like, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, exactly.
I literally went by nothing. Like, what happened? And you have to look down.
Yeah, I don't think I really had too much difficulty finding him. And maybe I just stumbled across that hole like right in front of my line of sight, and it worked out pretty well.
Or maybe you minored in cartography.
Maybe. And I was going to say that, so you guys mentioned luring him back to the arena. So do you mean you actually lured him like all the way back up to the battle area? Like the way you kind of walked up to get there the first time? Or how did you mean by luring him once you've knocked off the armor?
Once he fell off the edge, then you sort of have to circle around that temple-esque type area. Am I right?
I'm not
I didn't do that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure what the intended method of beating him was, but the way I did it was I just waited until he was kind of on... There's sort of two cliffs below the arena, and I waited until he was more or less on the lower ones, and then I would just jump off of that onto his back. And I didn't really have to lure him anywhere that I noticed.
Yeah, there were some... I think there were some down columns that I ended up standing on. And
yeah, I ended up getting kind of trapped between those two at one point. There was like a rock and a
so
column,
did
and
I.
I was between those. And he's like pacing back and forth in front of me.
Yeah. So I guess we should go ahead and move on to our next Colossi, number 12. I'll go ahead and say this was my least favorite. Pelagia, or the Great Basilisk. This was the one, sort of the giant quadruped where you had to hide behind the sort of altar or swim and get behind him to mount him from the rear.
I have an interesting little theory about Pelagia.
All right.
And that's, once you get into that lake-type area, before you find the Colossus, you'll notice that there's some destroyed temples. Now, do you think that perhaps Wander is not the first one to take on Dorman's task?
I definitely think that. It really feels like it throughout the game.
You know, if there are ruins in this game, something has happened before the events of this game. Like, otherwise, they wouldn't be there. Everything would be intact, right?
Maybe so. I mean, it seems like the Colossi didn't build these things, so you do get the feeling that humanity once probably, reigned in this area. Do you know? If that makes sense? Because they were crafted by a human hand, not by a Colossi.
Right. But I'm saying that the destroyed temples are the result of somebody trying to defeat Pelagia.
Yeah,
and
I
perhaps
guess
failing.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too when I was playing it. It felt that way. And I had a friend watching me too at the same time, and she's like, hey, those ones are destroyed. Do you think maybe someone else had already done this before? And it just seemed, like it really felt like this wasn't the first time this has happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Rich, I'm interested that he's that you said he's probably your least favorite. Was it another issue of like the process of going through it was just frustrating for you, or you didn't think it was rewarding once you figured out what the solution was?
I think the process was long and very involved and much more than it should have been. I felt like I think I had spoken to some people about this, and they just tried to swim around him and catch up and go up his back. Well, I was using a technique where I was going inside the temples and sort of crouching and hiding until he would lose sight of me, and then he would turn around, and that's when I would get up and run, and then go up his back, swim to get to his back and climb. But then once you got there, you had to lure him to the top of a temple by he had these like sort of like teeth or like tombstones on top of his
almost
head.
like reverse teeth on the top of his head.
Right. And so you would hit these things.
I got up to the top of his head, and I didn't think anything of those like rocks or teeth sticking out of his head. So I thought, okay, I must be doing something wrong. So I went back down. No, it was not. It was obvious how to get on top of him, but it was not obvious once you were at the top of his head.
Right.
And that jump
it was.
The
Even
traverse.
when you got him where you wanted to be.
Yeah, I mean, you learned that you could sort of steer him by hitting those, with your sword, and then, but just timing that jump and making that jump over to the top of the temple was hard, and then you had to figure out how to make him
onto his underside.
Yeah, and then when you got down there, you had a limited number of stabs, and you had to do it all over again. I thought it was tough enough just to figure out the puzzle as far as how to get to the sigil that I did not need to repeat this 3 to 4 times. It was just way too much. My least favorite by far, I think.
Yeah, this is probably the one that is I don't know how to word it. It was the one. It's like the one that has the highest frustration level that I liked the most. Because normally, you know, if it's a really long, involved process that doesn't, you know, have a whole lot, you know, of like ingenuity going for it, it's not something that I typically, you know, like would kind of be into. I do think it is something that once you know how to do it, I don't think the discovery of the process is as rewarding as, you know, like getting through the fight once you know. Because, again, I know I keep comparing original playthrough versus current playthrough, but I had a lot more fun doing it this time than I did originally figuring it out. And I had to figure it out again because, same thing, like I was kind of swimming around him, but he's turning at the same time, and I'm like, I can swim faster than you can turn. And, like, it was, you know, I felt like there was tension there, and I felt like I was getting somewhere, but it was close, and then I was hiding in the ruins, and he was shooting things at me, so, like... I feel like there was enough there, and especially like, you know, when you get him to kind of lunge out at you and kind of expose his chest, it gave me a similar feeling as Beardo, only more rewarding because all you had to do for Beardo to do that was just to, you know, stand behind a thing and he would come up. So this guy was a bit more grand. You know, he had you know, it was more work to get there. I definitely see how it could be quite frustrating, but despite the process, I still like this guy.
Yeah, I think what I did a lot of times was you know, when I was trying to get him to get in a position where I could jump to the platform, I noticed that every time I jumped to the platform, he seemed to just kind of ignore me and go away, or he'd start firing his lasers, but he wouldn't climb up too easily. Like, you really had to maneuver him perfectly before you did the jump. And a lot of times I found that I was like, I would jump and then I realized I failed, so I jumped back, and you could like grab onto the little ledges along his face, like the mask that he's wearing, and then you could wait there until he goes forward and then jump back, and like one of your backwards jumps off of the ledge. And then it didn't sink in until quite a long time after doing this over and over that you could actually hit the teeth with arrows too, not just with the sword. And once I realized that, I was like, okay, well, if I jump onto the platform, once I'm there, I'm good, because if he starts to like go somewhere else, I can just steer him back with the arrows, and I don't have to worry about trying to get back onto him again. And then I can just hit the center ones, and like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but not just steering, but you can hit the center ones and then make him go forward too.
So you're saying like once you got on top of those like temple type things, right? Yeah, once I'm on top of those, then I would just start firing the arrows at the center teeth on the top there and make him go forward, instead of sometimes where he would just kind of back off and I'd have to quickly jump back on and get up there and hit him with my sword again, then jump off again. So yeah, I
feel like this is the second Legolas fantasy you've had while playing this game.
Yeah, it was really just, he wasn't responsive. I felt like everything he did was... I mean, I know I kind of say these as complaints. I know they're supposed to be slow characters, but it really felt like the slowness here was detrimental to the enjoyment of this battle, because like, you're trying to get him to turn, he's not turning fast enough.
Yep.
So is that the method you used?
Once I figured out the pattern, then yeah, that was what I used. But it was kind of like towards the end, because the first two temples, I want to say, I did the... what I think they kind of want you to do is just the sword method of smacking him with the sword and then getting him up there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did that sort of conventional steer him by slashing the teeth.
I did that for the most part, even at the end, just to get him close to the temple, and then once I was able to jump onto it, I didn't bother worrying about trying to get him to actually climb up onto it while I was up there. I just...
I hid behind that middle stubby thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, when I was doing it, he didn't seem to care. Like, once I was off of him, he just started firing his lasers at me, and he didn't care that I was on the temple. He would just hold back. And unless I shot an arrow at him, or if I jumped onto him, smacked the middle one, and then jumped off again, he wouldn't really go forward enough. And so I don't know if maybe I wasn't waiting long enough up there, or if he just was responding differently to me.
Yeah, it was sort of a weird catch as far as making him jump up on the temple. I think what I would do is I would let him fire, and then I would run toward him. And when I ran toward him, that's when he would jump up. And,
yeah, maybe
in between blasts. Yeah. So, all right. So moving on to Colossi number 13, Phalanx, the Trail Drifter. This was the largest Colossi in the game. This was the one that
really cool.
Yeah, this is another one that was airbound, but reminded me quite a lot also of the of Hydrus, the water colossi, as far as like having to go down the back and taking out certain areas and that sort of thing.
Yeah, this guy is my personal favorite.
Oh.
Yeah, this one's definitely really good. I still think what's his name that we were talking about earlier is my favorite, but this one's pretty good, and I definitely enjoyed the flying parts of it and just trying to jump from the horse onto the wings or whatever you call them.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Like whatever you'd call them, like the fins almost, coming off the side. But it's and I also really like the way the visually the way this segment looks, because when you're looking up in the sky and it's just washed out and you just kind of see this. This thing, he's flying up overhead, and you can tell he's the largest one so far. I mean, he fills the sky. That really saturated, like overly, like saturated light look to it, and there's nothing you can do but try to shoot up at him. And if you shoot him anywhere except for like those kind of like pulsing, kind of like airbags on his underside, nothing really happens. So once you hit the first one, it kind of deflates, and you're like, oh, okay, this is what I'm supposed to do. So once you kind of since you're already practiced on, shooting the bow and arrow on horseback, it's, it kind of flows a little bit better because you've already been exposed to that. And then once he, kind of dips down, you're almost thinking, okay, he's going to crash into something just like everything has before, and then I'm going to go jump on him. But he doesn't. And then you see those fins hanging down. You get really close and you realize, oh, you get like they're like ridges. You can grab onto those. And the process of, so taking him down from the sky to the ground, but he's still moving, jumping onto those fins from horseback, and then getting up and being able to traverse the airbound Colossi again. This is what I was talking about before, that even though you can't do this all in one shot, at least I don't think you can, the process of doing it is so awesome that I was glad to do it again.
Yeah, this one wasn't bad for me. I didn't think it was bad for me. I mean, repeating the process on this specific Colossi, I thought it was fun. It wasn't overly difficult to shoot the pads in the air. That wasn't difficult to do. Jumping from the horse onto the fins, a little more difficult. Sometimes if you miss them, and what I liked about it, sometimes the fins would dip down further into the sand, and if you hit them too low and did not jump up quick enough, you would get rolled off, right? That was pretty cool. I did like that. And then
so Rich, it's possible to miss when you're jumping to the fins?
It is.
Oh, what's that experience like?
Oh. But
don't worry, Rich, it's not just you. I've missed quite a few times myself.
This one, I mentioned a few minutes ago that it reminded me of Hydrus a bit, and that Hydrus would go underwater and pull you down. Well, this one had sort of the same effect where it would plunge back into the sand, and I thought that was cool because you were in a position where you could see like the body going down into the sand, and you had to kind of time your jump as to not get completely squished or get drugged down, which was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I like this guy a lot.
Yeah, he's really cool. Did any of you guys have trouble if you were too far away with actually hitting the airbags, just because of the gap in time between the arrow leaving the bow and hitting him?
I wouldn't say trouble. I came up with the method of I tried not to fire it from alongside him. I tried to kind of like get directly underneath him. And then I was just aiming the bow straight up into the first bag, and then I would actually slow down and then go straight up into the second, and then kind of like that. And then I found it easier to catch up with him once he kind of came down, because instead of trying to slow down and match the fins, I was speeding up until I got to the fins, and then I'd jump over. So, but yeah, if you're too far away, because the arrows kind of arc in a little bit. So that was something that you kind of had to get a feel for.
Yeah, I think the first time I wasn't quite used to the distance between me and him, and so I was trying to fire pretty close to directly at them. Like I anticipate a little bit of movement, but I noticed where one of them was hitting, and it's like it must have been half a mile off of where he was supposed to be hitting, and so it's like, okay, I gotta get closer.
Yeah.
See, I liked the juxtaposition in this battle of the really intense airborne bits where, like, when you're on top of phalanx, followed by the more serene parts where you're on land and trying to shoot those airbags.
Yeah, it's just so quiet and peaceful compared to being up there.
Now, were you guys tracking him when he was under the sand?
Yes.
No, I sort of gave up on him, let him do his own thing.
Oh, really?
Oh, and then he would kind of pop out, and then you would focus your attention again?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it definitely works both ways. I mean, I think the first time he went under, and I was like, okay, I'm looking around. I'm okay, where's he going to come up? Where's he going to... Oh, wait, I have a button. And then I kind of did it that way. But yeah, definitely, it's... I actually wouldn't have minded if that button didn't work when he was underground, because, you know, if I can't see him, then the button shouldn't know where he is.
Yeah, I thought
sense.
that was a bit of almost a flaw, but not quite, because, yeah, it didn't really make much sense in a realism point of view. But, yeah, I definitely was just following him under the sand, because otherwise, the first couple times I wasn't doing that, it was much more difficult to figure out where he's going to come out.
Alright, so Zenobia is the 14th Colossus, and he is the second Temple Dog. So, you know, one my two grouped favorites. And this was an especially exciting battle, because if you could sort of get away without using the environments in the previous battles, you definitely needed to use like the towers and the rubble in this.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah, up to this point, you're right. Up to this point, there were multiple ways. At this point, they are required to even, because you have to get far enough in the traversing the towers to even open up that final area where you can kind of get back to a position of strength. So until you get to there, you have to be kind of scaling the towers. I loved jumping from tower to tower as they were falling.
Yeah, that's what I did. It was a really cool feeling.
Yeah, or at least landing so that you're not falling off, right? Right,
Yeah.
Working it out so that you could land back on.
Now, so what did you guys do? Like, so once he Zenobia hit a tower that you were standing on, I dropped down like a couple of rungs so that when it fell. So what happened was the first few times, so then the thing is falling, and then I just held on the whole time until it totally fell, and then I, what do you call it, like, I kind of like fell down on the side of the column, and then stood up, and I was good.
Yeah.
I kind of ended up with this system where I timed it, where I dropped down a couple rungs where I'm holding on to it, and then, like, it's falling, and when it's like 10 feet away from the ground, I let go of holding on it, so I was just kind of floating in the air. Mm-hmm. Then the column fell and hit the ground, and then I landed standing.
That's really cool.
I like that. My method was I would actually climb up to the very top and just kind of fight the momentum of being knocked back and forth, and occasionally having to grab onto the top ledge too. But once it actually started falling, because I was so high up, I could just jump straight from the top of the one I was on to like halfway up the next one.
Yeah, that's what I did. I kind of I'd be at the top of the tower, and then as it's sort of falling, I'd kind of like Spider-Man onto the next tower.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. So great. This one, I mean, there's a lot of environment traversal involved, like kind of optional, I guess, in a lot of cases. For how much I wasn't a fan of the, Chris Cornell fight, the Eddie Vedder fight was markedly better.
Yeah. I'll admit this was my favorite. I think.
Really?
I do think this was my favorite fight. I mean, I've gone through this list a few times to try to decide which was my favorite, because I love this game so much. It's really hard to choose, honestly. But just the manipulation and the use of the environment, and just the fact that you have to traverse and crawl and jump and just really set this fight up. It's just something I really enjoyed.
I appreciated that this battle had a sense of speed too.
Right.
Yep. You felt like you were on the clock.
Yeah.
That if you didn't get this, okay, like I'm right here, I gotta get to over there. When? Right now. Like this isn't leisure time.
Right.
Actually, now that I think about it, just kind of a little unrelated, but I realized now that this is a lot like in the second Star Wars movie. Well, by second I mean Episode 2, with the that arena that they were in when they were trapped, and Obi-Wan standing on top of the pillar, and Padme is up on the pillar, and the dog thing is hitting it. It's exactly like that. I was just thinking
So
about
when
that.
you play this game, you think you're Legolas or some like Jedi in the Colosseum?
Obi-Wan.
Yeah, I just always think
Yeah.
about these references to movies that games seem to take inspiration from.
Yeah. And you never what's it called? The only difference means is you're not chained to this pillar, but yeah, absolutely with it like being knocked on and like falling
And
over.
even the look of the dog-like thing, it's very similar. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is.
One thing I did have a complaint though with this one is just the fact that it's the same Colossus as Celosia, and
Yeah.
I was a little disappointed with that. I mean, I really liked the way that the fight went, but I just
Same
was a bit
as in, like,
disappointed.
visually
that it
the same, or
yeah, visually and like
There's
armor-wise.
a few distinct features, but
A little bit,
Yeah.
yeah, but it was
Yeah.
pretty similar. Whereas the other ones felt like they were almost different species, and these two
Right.
are very close together.
And I just want to mention this, that you said that. It just sort of reminds me, I don't know how many of you knew this, but there were, I want to say it was 45 Colossi designed for this game.
48 intended
40,
to be
is
in
it
the game.
48 in total? Okay,
Yeah,
48.
Ueda wanted 48 in the game, but then they said like that's too much. So they cut it down to 24.
Yeah. And I guess that's what made me think of that, is you've got two that look so similar, and they had so much to choose from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just it's a little surprising.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I think from those 24, they cut it down to, I think there was supposed to be 18, but the final 4 didn't make it into the game.
No, there's 16 total, so maybe 20, I
Oh.
guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if this game had 48? It would be the most awesome game on earth.
I have a feeling that the way that meeting went is that we're thinking about this many, and then they said, okay, when's it going to come out? And they said 2017. They said, well, we'd kind of like it to come out like within a couple of years. And they said, oh, well then we'll do way fewer.
Yeah.
So it would have been The Last Guardian before The Last Guardian.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I brought that up.
Oh, we'll touch on that later. Save your
It would have
thoughts
been
on that.
what's it called? Polyphony Digital with Gran Turismo. It's gonna have 80 million cars. We'd like it to come out like within 5 years. Oh, well then it'll have a lot less stuff in it.
Well, doesn't it have a Nürburgring or whatever it's called? That like
Yeah.
1,000-mile long track.
Shadow of the Nuremberg.
I was actually watching a video that Grey Ghost shared, and this was just today, I think. He shared it on the Shadow of the Colossus topic, and it was about these final secrets that are kind of myths that people have been spreading rumors about and kind of revealing them, but at the same time they had little bits about interviews with the developers and the producers, and one of them was actually talking about the amount of Colossi that they had cut out, and he was saying that they really built the map. It sounded like they built the map first, almost, and they were like, alright, we want 48 to fit in here, and then they were trying to figure out ways to put them in, and they were like, this is just too many for this size of a map, and so they had to cut it down to a number that fit in the map, and he was saying that if they actually put in 48 or 24 or whatever, it would have been an entirely different map, and maybe not even expanded, like it might just have been an entirely different location to begin with.
Well, like even in that map, I think they've blocked off some areas by like mountains and ravines and stuff.
Yeah, places that they planned on including, but just didn't need in the end.
So the 15th Colossi, we're moving into the final two, was Argus, or the Sentinel, and this was pretty heavily puzzle laden as far as different things that you had to do. You had to first make him stomp on a platform to raise it so that you could climb and traverse another area. Have him swing at you on the second level.
Well, yeah, you had to make him destroy part of the part of that mezzanine type thing.
Right, right.
Yep. So you got to step up to get up there.
You have to have him break the bridge so that you can jump on his head. And then, their sigils are on the head and chest. And then there was actually a third that you had to actually find a small spot to get him to actually stab, to get him to release his sword. And he had a sigil on his hand, which was, oh my gosh, one of the most impossible places to get to in the game for me. That was the toughest.
Yeah, this is one of my least favorites.
Yeah.
I couldn't climb to his hand. I had to like get a lucky jump.
I think I did too.
From like somewhere else on his body. This is a super frustrating fight. Even knowing how to not knowing how to do it, having played it before, playing through this guy again, it still took a long time. I put more arrows into this dude than any other because I'm like, okay, you know what? Whatever. Dunk, dunk,
Yeah,
dunk,
that's exactly
have
what
some
I
arrows.
did.
Whatever. And he was covered with them by the time
maybe you'll eventually kill him that way.
Exactly, yeah. I was like, I wonder if I'll be the first one if there's like a hidden achievement.
I thought okay, this is just going to be a war of attrition.
Bill turned him into Pinhead from Hellraiser.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's the and the thing is, every time you figure out one thing, you're like, oh wow, that was hard. That's got to be the end of the fight.
Nope.
And when you first, he does the stomp. You almost kind of find it by accident. I don't know how many people are like, oh, that's exactly what would happen, is it would be like a seesaw. So I think eventually by accident I was just, on the platform trying to figure something out, and then I see him stomp it, and I was like, oh, okay, I get it. Figuring out that you had to have him destroy that part of brick to fall down to get higher up, I think was the hardest thing for me, because it's not like you can, game designers have difficulty making players look up. And I didn't look up and see there's kind of loose blocks there that will fall down if he hits it.
Well, especially in this setting where you're not thinking, okay, I should look up. You're focused on the Colossus right in front of you.
You don't know where to go next. I mean, there's nowhere pointing that you need to continue to move up. So that's it's. I guess it's just kind of out of luck. He saw me, he swung at me, and those things just kind of fell into place.
Yeah, for me it wasn't about thinking I was going to go up, but I did notice that there on each side was one brick that had already fallen, and which I think again ties in with what Floyd was saying about maybe someone's done this before, but I think I saw that and I thought maybe I had to do that again, and then climb to his hand, kind of like you did in the third battle with the guy's sword. I think that's what I was thinking. I wasn't so much thinking go up, but more just get his arm down and then follow it up to his body.
Yeah, I will say this about the guy. I will pay this guy one compliment, and that is, this was the most awesome walk-up intro cut screen in the game, I thought.
Yeah.
When you look at that ledge and you see this giant hand come up and just wrap around the edge, I was like, oh my gosh, what is what is going on? Because this was, as far as the bipeds, this was the largest, and to see that, that huge hand, oh my gosh.
He was bigger than Malice?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, did Malice have legs? I mean, he kind of wore a skirt.
He did. He had that,
okay.
Well, anyway, before we go on to Malice, how did you guys get the hand sigil on Argus? Because my strategy was to, on the main level, on the ground, I'd position myself so that he would try to slap the ground or fist punch the ground, and then I'd try to get in that way.
Oh, really?
So what did you guys do? Did you take a leap of faith onto his arm, or?
Yeah, this is one I can't actually remember off the top of my head how exactly I did this part, but I very much feel it was luck. I don't think I had much thought into what I was doing there. I was just trying to find a lucky jump and a lucky spot to grab onto.
I'm sure there's some good way to do it, but I was not doing it.
I wasn't landing any jumps onto his arms or shoulders or anything, so I thought, okay, I'm just going to go on the ground. He's going to try to attack me, and that's when I make my move.
And that worked pretty well for you, I assume.
I mean, I took some damage, but it worked.
Okay, good.
I don't know if that's the intended method or not, but...
No. I mean, I like I said, I was just using the method of, basically just, jumping on him from up top again and just descending, trying to make my way down without my stamina running out, to see if I could, make it that area and get a stab in. And
didn't he have a weird shaped back, so it was hard to climb down him?
It was tough, and he was very tall, so
yes.
Trying to traverse that much space, without losing all of your stamina was quite difficult. So, all right. on to Malice.
Oh, Malice.
I think we can all
This is a
agree.
struggle.
I think we can all agree this was one of the more epic. I guess not really introductions,
Before we
but
talk about Malice,
getting to him. I guess.
Argo, and the bridge.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep. It's now the story for me was Rich was kind of texting us like as he's playing through this in our little like text group.
Oh yeah, you left me out of that one. Thank you.
did I?
And we're like, what's going on? And he's like, oh, like my kid keeps like he's watching me play Shadow of the Colossus, and he just keeps saying like he just keeps worrying about my horse. He's like, oh, is the horse gonna get hurt? Is the horse gonna die? And I'm having played through the game, there's not a single thing that I could say. So I just didn't say anything. Yeah, so I'm like, I didn't say like, oh, well, don't have him watch after the 15 or like anything like that. So I was just like, okay, let it happen.
Rich, I think your son is very intuitive. If he kind of,
Yeah.
tapped into some, cosmological knowledge.
my son, and for those that don't know, my son's 3, my daughter's 6, and my son had just turned 3, as he was still 2 when I was playing this game, and they both still call the game Argo. Daddy, let's play Argo. Let's play Argo. The game is named after the horse.
That's awesome.
And so that's how much they love the horse. And anytime I would go to an area and have to leave the horse behind, my son would just freak out. Daddy, where's Argo? Where's Argo? Where's Argo?
Okay.
I was like, he's okay. He's okay. Daddy's gonna Daddy's gonna have shadow spirits enter his body, go back to the temple, and he's gonna be there standing, waiting on me when I get back. How do you explain that to a 2-year-old?
You have to promise that once they're old enough, you're going to make them play this game.
I hope so. But yeah, and
like they'll be like 15. Like, do you want to go play Argo?
And my daughter's 6, and she got captivated by the game too. I mean, she just loved it until the end. And I won't talk about that right now. I'll save that. But my daughter's reaction to the end of this game was just unbelievable, and probably some people that played it will maybe applaud my daughter's reaction. So
we'll save that for the end.
Yeah, please. But as far as Malice, I was kind of mentioning that one of the coolest things about Malice is getting to Malice and using the sword, holding up the sword to open up the doors to the gate was awesome.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yep.
Really? I did not know that at all.
Yeah.
Should have had to do that though. Isn't there not any other way?
There were, I noticed that there were like holes in the ground, and they were sort of like a trench network.
Oh, I think we're talking about earlier though, like before
Right.
Argo's death, and
right.
Once you're going into the
right
temple.
before the
yeah.
Yep. Once you go like straight south from the kind of the main temple you wake up in, you end up at those enormous sealed doors,
right.
and then so I thought it was really because your beam is pointing you there, and you kind of see that little
Seal or whatever
light shining in the
yeah.
middle of the door, and you're like, okay, is this what I'm here for? Is this the end? And I think Dorman even says okay, like one final Colossus, so you kind of know it's it, and then you get your last temple right there with I believe 3 white-tailed lizards on it.
Yeah.
So you get like a little last minute stamina boost there, and then so the Argo scene happens, which is like totally unexpected.
See, but I want to just applaud them on excellent game design, because you come up to that door and you have to use your sword to open it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
From past experience.
You've been trained.
Yeah.
Yep. So you open the door. You one last save, and then absolutely the and as you no matter what the weather's like as you approach Malice rather, it's a very dark, very ominous, kind of your cliche it was a dark and stormy night, and these crazy projectiles that feel way faster than anything you've seen before.
Oh, yeah.
And even though he's really far away, you really feel like if you're out in the open for more than kind of 10 linear feet, or what do you guys use, meters? Then it hits you hard. So you almost have to it kind of reminded me. I don't know if it's intentional. It kind of reminded me of like infantry combat. Like kind of like World War movies where everybody's in trenches.
Yeah.
That's a neat comparison. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's just like, okay, get from safety to safety. It doesn't matter, how long it takes you to get there. Stay safe as long as it takes you to get to that next place.
You know what I was thinking about, Bill? I was thinking about American Gladiators and when Nitro would shoot tennis balls at people.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, was that the Gauntlet? I forget what it was called.
Maybe it was the Gauntlet. I can't remember what it was, but
that's
if people would dive behind these little barriers and fire things back. Yeah.
See, I used to watch that show, and I don't know why I didn't think of that.
That was the first thing that popped in my head. Doing
my thing was just like World War One. Trench warfare.
Well, that makes more sense.
Someone should do a ROM hack where they change Malice's head to nitro or ice,
firing tennis balls.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, I think you're dead on with that. I mean, even the explosions as they would, as the projectiles would hit the ground, were just shattering and quick
and you kind of roll into tunnels, and then as the projectiles hit, the earth is kind of shaking, and rocks are falling and everything. So you really get the sense that that you're in way more danger than you've been in the whole game.
Well, absolutely.
I really like that rock falling effect, and it's another World War kind of thing, as if a bombing raid's happening, and it seems to have that sort of effect on you.
Definitely. So once that kind of main approach is done, and you kind of get up to the, I mean, I guess for lack of a better term, I mean it's almost like kind of like the skirt of the machinery,
absolutely,
or the organics.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like a maze of almost kind of like a rounded pyramid maze. Trying to. It's all ledges, so instead of that moss that you're used to, it's all hard ledges, but they're almost all moving like machinery, in seemingly random ways, but there is a pattern. But not every way that you jump is going to lead you in a good spot, so you kind of have to remember this labyrinth of kind of how you're climbing up. That was an interesting, and I think that was the first time you had something like that in the game.
Yeah, there was a bit of a non-linear way to get to the top too, because there's a couple of different paths at certain points that both of them would work, but sometimes one would be easier.
Right.
Yeah. And so you'd work your way up those until you got up to sort of the lower back, and if you had your sword, you would notice a sort of a break or a weak point, and make that stab.
Yeah, it wasn't really a sigil; it was more like a scar almost, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like an opening. So it was just enough of a hint to let you know, okay, you're not hanging on here to stab over and over like you've been doing, but hey, look over here, something's happening. And when you stab there, you did get a reaction, and it's really interesting because it's for a game that's been training you to do things a certain way, the thing that's been happening the whole game doesn't really happen the way you've been used to it. Something happens, but you have to react to it and figure out what to do for the first time. And I thought that was a really kind of gutsy move on a final boss like that.
And I also want to say that you didn't actually have to do the full stabbing motion for that one too. You could just swipe at him from the platform. That was...
Oh, really? Yeah, I
didn't know that.
I think I've always just stabbed.
Yeah, that's why I was doing it first, but I fell down so many times trying to get up to his head that I eventually figured out you could just swipe at him, and I was trying to find any way to make the thing quicker.
Oh, wow.
It seemed like every time you fell, too, you'd always have something to grab onto. So I never
Most
really
of the time,
fell all the way to the bottom. Yeah.
I did at least twice.
I think I did fall off his head onto the main platform at the bottom.
Yeah.
The ground. So I had to do the whole thing over again, go through that last trench to come up underneath him, which was super frustrating because I was about 2 stabs away from beating him.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have a funny little story about Malice in that I did Zenobia and Argus the same night, and it was now maybe 10:30 or so, and I said, okay, this is the end. I'm gonna beat this, and then I'm gonna call it a day. I just had this, laser focus on beating the game that I said, no matter how hard it is, even though I'm getting pummeled by these energy beams, I will beat him. And even it must have taken me 2 or 3 hours, because he's tough.
Yeah. I got a lot of text during those 2 or 3 hours.
I will pause the game to think. But anyway, yeah. I said I'm not going to bed until this game is done.
Yeah, I've got nights like that with certain games. Just you're done. You want to get it over with, and it feels like it's too good of a game to stop.
Mm-hmm.
So how did everyone handle the hands? I guess is what I
Oh,
want to
the
say.
hands!
Like,
I thought that was really like
did you have much trouble
elegant
with it?
and natural type moment in the game. Because you get on his hand and he's sort of moving his hand around. It's like, ooh, what is this little thing trying to crawl up my arm? You know, sort of like, have you ever had like an ant crawl up your leg and you're kind of like, oh, look at you, little ant. Yeah, that was really cool. Like once he was like, when you get to that arena, he's really like upfront and aggressive with those beams. But once you start climbing him, he's sort of really intrigued by you.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't find out right away that you could stab his arm and he would, or stab his hand, I should say, and it would stabilize, and then you could use that to climb up.
Yeah. I don't think I knew about that part. What I was doing was just
because his arm was his hand was constantly rotating.
Yeah, and that really was frustrating. And I think I just would have to wait until it settled barely long enough for me to climb up to the
That's such a fraction of a second.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think I've realized throughout the whole time that you could stab the hand first and have him stabilize. Or if I did, I didn't do it right.
And just a quick poke in the arm.
Yeah. So the problem I had was you hit him in the arm and then you go to the next hand, and I just couldn't figure out what to do from there. It was like you couldn't climb up the next arm because of the electrical wristband.
Yeah.
And I didn't think that it was close enough to jump to his shoulder from there. And so
I tried to make the jump a couple times, and learned the hard way that wasn't what I was supposed to do. Yeah, I actually had to send a text to Rich, and he says, "Yeah, just shoot the guy in the shoulder, and he'll move his arm over to sort of, feel the wound, and that's when you do the jump."
Yeah,
Really?
and what took me so long to figure it out is one thing that you could do to aid you, because trying to fire on that shoulder was very difficult. I mean, because the hand was moving. What
did you stab the hand to stabilize it?
Yep. Just you stab the hand, and then he will sort of pull his hand up and look at it as if he's just interested in what's going on, or just sort of oh, I've been injured, let me take a look at it. And he would just his hand would sort of flatten out, and you could stand up and fire your bow at the shoulder.
Yeah. Well, what he's doing there is he's actually, the other arm was coming over and grabbing the hand underneath. And you couldn't really see that too well, but yeah, I think that's what's happening. The other hand is kind of stabilizing the one you're standing on.
Oh, okay.
But I beat him without shooting the shoulder at all, because I didn't know that was what you're supposed to do.
So how did you climb up to the top of him?
Well, so I got stuck on the second hand, and then...
Right, the one with those electric bangles.
Yeah, and so then I just kept getting frustrated with that, and I fell off multiple times getting back to there, and I eventually gave up and used the walkthrough. And in the walkthrough, the first thing that I saw this guy do, which maybe was an accident, was he jumped off the first hand to the shoulder, and he made it, just off of a fluke jump. And so then I thought, okay, this is the way you gotta do it, because it was done in a walkthrough, and this guy beat it this way.
So were you able to do that fluke jump?
Yeah, and so then I ended up just doing that, and it actually wasn't that difficult, because from the first hand, if you don't stabilize the first hand, he's kind of moving it around, and if you wait until it's up at the highest point, you can pretty easily jump from there to the shoulder.
Really?
Yeah, and it just it's not something that I would have clued into without the walkthrough.
Are you a closet speedrunner or something?
Maybe. But yeah, I had no idea to shoot the shoulder with the bow, and I wish I had known that before, because that would have totally made it easier. But no, I was just, each time I was trying to jump from the hand to the shoulder, and I got it enough times where I was able to kill him with that.
Well, and again, that's something I spoke about before. That's what's so great about this game, is that it can be manipulated. It's not linear. You don't have to do this before you do something. Sometimes you sort of luck up, right? And it just sort of works out in different ways for people. And I think that's one of the things that I really appreciate about it. It's very well, it's not a realistic game, but it's very realistic in a sense, to where one path is not always the way. So that's what I really like about us talking about each of these Colossi, and how our battles went, it gives us, a really good perspective on, the whole game and the different ways in which, we kind of conquered it. So.
Yeah, I think the problem with mine was just that even though it was apparently a viable option, it was very much not the way they intended to be done, from what I could tell, and also from what you guys are saying too. And so it really made it much more frustrating because the way I was doing it felt more difficult and unnecessary, and I didn't like the final battle just because of that.
I didn't like the final battle for that trench warfare bit, with the lasers. That was so punishing.
It was at first, but I found once you figured out that you have to go to the holes, it wasn't too bad. You just had to kind of be patient.
Yeah.
But
well, getting to those holes, because that guy's a good shot.
yeah, it was pretty difficult. But
You definitely had to do the tuck roll a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, battle roll went through it. So I liked that part of it. I thought that was a lot of fun. I thought it made it a very exciting final fight.
Yeah.
At least from the offset. Yeah, and then
Bill,
a little disappointing that there's only one sigil, though, I guess, on the final boss.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, Bill, which method did you use from the hand to the shoulder? Did you use the bow, or?
I did.
You did?
Okay. Yeah, and I remember spending a long time with this, and I'd already used a, what do you call? I kind of give myself a gimme when I play a game. Okay, if I get stuck, I'll look something up one time. I'll try not to do it more than that. So I had already used my lookup, and I was okay, I'm not going to look it up. But I would get frustrated because I would spend 20 minutes on it, and then I'd not know what to do. So I kind of would leave the game and come back. I don't know what made me pull the bow out. I think I would just started to I wasn't even thinking logically. I was just trying other things. So once the hand came over, I took the bow out, shot the other, and then so I kind of transferred from one to the other. And the electricity was a bit frustrating, but I think I ended up leap of faith from that second hand to the shoulder.
Okay. So you did sort of do what I did with not having to pull the hand to the shoulder. It was just jumping straight from the hand.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, that's more or less what I did. It's just I didn't involve the bow at all because I didn't think to use it. I was so frustrated.
Right.
Because I think Rich and I did the same method. It was once you stabbed the back to get the hand to reach around, you jumped onto that hand, and then there was not a sigil but a weak spot near his elbow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And if you stabbed that, the other hand came around. And then he did that parkour jump onto his other hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, that sort of takes care of all the Colossi, unless anyone has anything that they would like to add or, any favorite moments.
I just want to say you feel like such a champ, such a hero when you beat this thing.
Yeah.
So that's going to kind of play into what we're going to talk about next. We're going to delve a little into the story, first of all, and then we'll kind of wrap it up a little bit with the ending.
Do you want to share 2-3 sentences? What's your interpretation
of the ending, or do we want to talk a little about the story first and how it kind of starts?
No, of the story. What has led up to all this? Why is Wander bringing Mono to this temple? Why are those Magi type guys after him?
I think we get from the very beginning that there's some connection between Mono and the girl. I'm sorry, Wander and Mono, who is the girl. I think we realize that what he's doing is out of bounds in sorts, that he's made this pilgrimage to this temple to do something that's probably not quite right. I think we get the feeling that he is dealing with something that's out of his hands and supernatural, and that it is an evil spirit. I think without the game telling us too much, and this sort of lack of knowledge that we have going into the game, being thrown into basically the middle of a story, I think we have to kind of come up with the story in our head, but we're giving small inklings as far as what's going on.
They're very vague clues, yeah.
Right. And even when it comes to the Colossi and how the Colossi react and how some of them are very docile.
Yeah. I want to hear everybody's sort of theories on, the backstory, essentially. But mine is that Wander has essentially gone rogue, and he has stolen that holy sword, which has the power to gather light.
Right.
And it's the only sword capable of defeating the Colossi.
Mm-hmm.
And he's done that to selfishly revive Mono, who, you can sort of slap on any sort of relation, sister, girlfriend, wife, whatever. But he's doing this totally without the consent of his clansmen. And he knows that Dorman can revive Mono, but he does not know the stakes that are involved. He doesn't know that he's essentially going to be the next Dorman. He just thinks, okay, I go to Dorman, he's going to give me a task, and Mono will be revived, and yay, girl back.
One thing I was just thinking of now that I hadn't really thought of before is I almost wonder, because it's clear that Dorman, once you've seen the final few cutscenes, and it's clear that he's been sealed away by these people. It sounds like it was them who used some power to split him into the 16 parts and sealed him away.
Yes, yeah, that's sort of like the epilogue type thing.
I wonder, because of the fact that the sword is the way to release him from this spell, maybe the sword was also the way that sealed him to begin with, and in the
that's quite likely.
Yeah, and I believe in the manual it said that Mono was sacrificed somewhere, or at least in the wiki that's what it says for sure. And I almost wonder if maybe Mono and the sword were both part of the sealing act for Dorman, and maybe Wander was actually really against this just because of his feelings for Mono, and so then they sacrificed her, and with the sword sealed away Dorman, and then Wander fought against this and grabbed both of them, ran to try and undo what happened, just to save the girl.
Yeah.
And obviously there's nothing in the game that says this clearly, but it feels like this might be a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you have a little bit of a theory, Bill?
I don't really pick story apart that much, and I don't know why, because I really do like exploring kind of what it is that I like about certain games, but I do think that when it gets, super granular, then I kind of start kind of almost like picking it apart too much. But from what I gathered, just from just playing through myself.
This game is really open to interpretation, so...
Right.
What's your interpretation, basically, since... There's no right or wrong answers right now.
Right. I definitely think that that Dorman was sealed away. It was definitely broken into 16 pieces. I'm kind of leaning more towards that it wasn't this group of people that end up coming after him to stop him. I think he's been sealed away for a long time.
Yeah.
And on top of him being sealed away for a long time, I go a step further, and I imagine if I'm Dorman and I'm sealed away for a long, long, long time, you're not just sitting there waiting for someone to come to you. You're kind of like trying to play that devil part where you're trying to draw someone in.
Oh, so he's sort of like whispering into Wander's ear.
Right.
Type thing.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the presence of Dorman reaches beyond that Forbidden Land.
Yes.
That Forbidden Land is just where that seal is located.
Yeah.
I haven't read...
Especially since you can hear his hints when you're doing the battles too. He's obviously got telepathic abilities.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so I always thought of it as so kind of like the pre-story, that Dorman was involved in one way or another. But since we weren't introduced to that at all, that's all speculation. But I find it hard to believe that Dorman's just kind of like sitting around waiting for someone to come in, and then someone comes in and he's like, "Oh, check this out." So obviously Wander comes to the land because he wants something. He knows he's not supposed to go there. It's the Forbidden Land, and he's obviously stolen this sword so that he can, come in and do this. So he has to know that he's coming here against, the rules and for a reason.
Right.
So what drew him there, I think, was Dorman's doing.
So like Dorman coerced Wander.
Yes.
And said, if you want Mono revived, bring her to me.
Right.
I've been sealed away for thousands of millions of years, but I can do what you want.
Right. And whether it was direct or indirect, and I hate to bring up another example of it, but you look at any of these like kind of classic fairy tales, like the first one that comes to mind is Little Mermaid. Mm-hmm. Ariel knows, don't go see the sea witch. She's the sea witch. But Ariel wants something. She goes to the sea witch. And bad things happen. Yeah. Good guys win in the end because it's Disney, but I do think that there was some coercion, either like by Dorman or some whether it's a minion or like a servant or something to get Wander to come out there.
Yeah, I definitely think that this is something that's happened over time. It's not that they have sacrificed Mono as the one to seal in Dorman. I feel as if that she is a part of a ritual that keeps him sealed in, if that makes sense. That she's not the first that's been sacrificed, but
that's possible, yeah.
Right, that this is something that that Wander has knowledge of how of a way to possibly rescue her.
Right.
No matter what, like we said before, no matter what the relationship between the two is, we don't know that, and that's one of the things I really enjoy about the game is not knowing this relationship.
Yeah. I mean, it's all speculation. It's all sort of like what you read into it and what you get out of it.
Yeah.
My take on Dorman is that there has to be some sort of duality. Like there has to be some sort of benevolent deity. But those like good gods, they, at least in that folklore context, they hardly ever have that power to restore life. It's always the evil deity that can bring back the dead, and it's always at some kind of cost, and it typically is like a life for a life.
Yeah.
After hearing what you guys were saying, actually, now I'm thinking that alongside the reasons that Bill and Floyd, you already gave, the fact that we were talking about previous Wanderers also trying to do the same thing, basically, it shows that, Dorman must have been sealed for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And he must have been luring others in before Wander.
Mm-hmm.
It couldn't have been just Mono that was sacrificed specifically to seal him. But yeah, it could have been like maybe a yearly festival where they ritually sacrifice a young girl to keep him sealed, basically.
Yeah, and we're making a lot of guesses about the story and what's happening. I mean, we're taking a lot of leadway, and that's one of the things I like most about the story of this game. And I think, depending on your personality, you're either going to like it or you're not going to like it. And some people like movies and such that are very clear cut, that what happens in the end, everything's tied up in a little package or a little bow, and it's it's all explained, it's all fleshed out. I'm more the type of person, when I go see a movie, I want something that is not fleshed out, something I have to walk away and think about, and that stays with me for weeks. That's my interpretation of what a great movie does, something that's going to stick with me.
Yeah, same here. It's the same for novels, too.
Exactly. And so I think looking at this video game as a piece of art or as a piece of media, that's the intention. Right? I mean, it's very vague. Everything's very vague, and we're made to draw our own conclusions about the story and the events leading up to the story. And I think that's the beauty of this game. That's one of the things I like about it the most, and I can understand why other people don't like that. And I think that we saw a lot of that when we made it to the ending in the final week from some of the comments that we had on the thread.
Yeah, it's all about showing the viewer what's going on and not telling them, like leaving it to their interpretation based on what they see the characters and the storyline doing.
I guess I'll just state for a moment, I mentioned that my daughter also watched me play this game. And when we got to the end of this game, my daughter was during the game, she wanted to come up and watch me play all the time. She loved it. She was just captivated by it. But at the end of this game, she completely freaked out. She curled into a ball in her chair. she pouted her lip and she said, "I hate this game." And I was like, why? Nothing bad has really happened. In the essence, toward the end, nothing completely horrible's happened, right? I mean, no one's died. We've got a gimpy horse. We've got a baby with horns now. But we don't, no one's really died or anyone directly involved in this game. I can't speak for the citizens outside of this game, but no one has been directly harmed by this.
Some of the Colossus.
Yeah, sort of opening of Pandora's box,
It's probably similar to my reaction to McCormick's The Road.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it, but at the end I was like, I hate this, but I like it too.
Yeah, so I like to share these little moments with my kids and stuff. It's just kind of funny.
Something for Jamie and I to look forward to. Bill was right around the corner from that. So.
That's right.
Yeah, he's happy about everything right now. He's only 4 months, so he just once he starts understanding what's happening. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where as great as the experience is, as great as the game is, it's one of those things where it ends and it kind of fades out, and you just kind of, it's not like a get up and walk away like, oh well, there we go, and what's for lunch?
No.
It's like it's over and it fades and you walk away and the music's playing and it's this very slow kind of walking away of this entire experience, and you're just thinking, oh, and it's really cool because a lot of times it takes a first person experience for me to kind of feel like it was me. So even though I'm third person and I'm controlling Wander, I still kind of walked away saying what have I done?
Mm-hmm.
What did I do? Because I could have put it down. I could have walked away. Yeah. And I kind of feel as I get halfway through, it feels less like I want to beat the game and more like I want the resolution of why I came here in the first place. And it's in this weird way. It's almost like I don't know what I'm doing there in the first place, and I almost wonder if that's intentional too. If you ask Wander if you could go there in that fictional language and say what are you doing? If he'd kind of think about it and say, I don't know. She's dead. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm here.
This deity is telling me to take down these colossi, and beyond that, I have no clue what I'm doing.
Yep. I had nothing. Someone has given me purpose. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So, what did you guys think overall about the ending? I know I was one of the people, I think Bill was questioning this, but I was one of the people saying that I felt the ending was a little bit cliche and predictable, and I think someone else had replied, maybe it was Slacker, I want to say, who agreed with me.
Slacker did one of those I agree, but I disagree.
Yeah.
I think it was Engineer Mike who said, "Yep, cliche, gimpy horse."
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't so much disagreeing on the thread, more saying just asking in what way was it, and then when you kind of came back with this, and this, and all of it was true, but in kind of like I said before, and not that I have a problem with it, but I just don't usually make a habit of really analyzing things to that degrry, comparing it to a lot of other things. And maybe it's bad because I could, kind of figure more stuff out if I did do that. But I really tend to separate things. Just a recent example, there was a movie that I watched that I really, 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 really liked, and I mentioned something online oh my god, I love this movie, and someone said, oh, it was too much like this movie, and I was like, ugh. It had one thing that was similar, but I really separate things enough where unless it's blatantly obvious that it's the exact same story mechanic, I usually don't make the connection.
Yeah, no, I'm the same, but I do like to try to not nitpick, but just sort of analyze something,
explore,
and find its not necessarily find its meaning, but get some sort of takeaway out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that I don't tend to look for specific comparisons, like game to game or movie to movie. But if I see something that feels like a trope, where it's something common to a lot of different things, then that's where I don't quite like it so much. But if we're talking about specifics, like, oh, this has been done before, and I don't really care about that because really everything's been done before at this point. And there's not really any way to avoid repeating similar sounding stories. You can get something that's a little bit unique, but on a whole, there's going to be elements from almost anything. And
well, I think at this point in any media, really, it's almost every idea has been done. It's just how can you do it better?
Yeah, it's almost like the alphabet, really. Like there's you got every single letter, every single element of a story, and it's just the way you combine the elements together that matters, not so much what the separate elements are and the fact that they've been used before. But I think I'm just looking at the post here that I made that me and Bill were talking about, and my reasoning for why I thought that the ending was cliche was I was saying it had an almost Anakin Skywalker to Vader thing going on that seems to be common to not too many games, I think, but books and movies do this more often, where the hero's trying to do something good for someone that he loves, but in a selfish way that like really disregards all consequences, and he ends up turning evil because of his actions in a way, and he's under the influence of a corrupting power figure. And you could kind of see it coming because like every battle you've got this ominous shadow going into you, and then you've got the kind of shadowy figures standing around you afterwards, and they seem to be mad at you. I wanted to talk
about that. I wanted to talk about those shadowy figures.
Yeah, maybe we can get into that in a second.
So let's go right into that.
Yeah.
With the defeat of every Colossus, Wander would be surrounded by an additional shadowy figure. But also Mono was surrounded by an additional dove. And, you know, like after talking to friends who have beaten this game, like that's pretty critical to what's going on. And sort of that, like, I also noticed that Wander becomes less and less human-like in his appearance. Right? Like you start to see that black stuff streaking out of his eyes, and he's starting to grow horns by the end.
Yeah, he's kind of scarred and scratched up.
And kind of, if you stretch your imagination a little bit, Malice looks more human than Wander does by the end of the game.
In some ways. I can see that.
I mean, like he's still this like, mythical creature, but like he's not disfigured, or like he's still doesn't have anything growing out of him except for those like lasers and all that.
Yeah, I definitely noticed. Another thing I noticed about the shadows that I'll bring up is that as your body is lying on the ground after you've defeated a Colossi and you've been transported back to this temple, you do notice the shadows, and you do notice that there is an extra one each time, and they're kind of standing over you, and they're looming with their heads down, looking at you, as if they, in some way, feel some sort of pity for you. You know, it's not an aggressive stance. It's a very kind of sorrowful stance.
It's very sorrowful, but very...
like if someone were looking down into a grave, like it had been lowered.
I can definitely see that.
I sort of got a more disappointed feeling off of them.
The vibe I was getting, like, they're really limp, right? And their arms are sort of drooping at their sides, and like there's no posture to them. They're kind of just their head, neck is pitched and arched forward, looking over you.
Yeah, they're just really sad for what you've done. I think it's just trying to show that what you've done is not the right thing, really.
Absolutely,
like you're doing something wrong, and they're trying to show you that.
Just more clues, kind of adding on to that. Just kind of my thoughts on the game. I know that people have a problem with sort of the story and the ending, and I get that. But to me, with this game, the gameplay completely trumps all of that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm playing a game where I am this David and Goliath battle each time. I am the underdog. And I'm going and I'm taking on something that is enormous and bringing it to its knees. And there is just something just so awesome, cool and, Jamie, you may have to bleep this out, but so badass about doing that, you know? And that to me is what really, really makes this game so awesome. And just, you know, this is a game you could just come back to at any time and play. And just enjoy it just for what it is. I mean, you're not coming back to play this game for the story.
No. Once you've beaten it, once you're done your story playthrough, after that is like you just want to repeat all that badassery.
Right, exactly.
I just want to pull out a quote here that I think is really significant. And it is from Beauchamp. He says, "This is one of those games where I need to put myself in the shoes of the character. Would I do this if it were my wife, daughter, sister, mother on that stone table?" And I think that really helps. And yeah, I do think you do have to put yourself in the shoes of the character. Because it really helps you, even if like a lot of us disagreed with what Wander was doing, but it justifies what he's doing.
Absolutely. And we spoke about this too, with the whole sense of utilitarianism, that the idea that you do what's best for the masses, and how that kind of gets thrown out of the window in this game. And we also saw that in The Last of Us as well.
Yeah, it's a, utilitarianism versus the self.
Right.
Am I going to do what's right for the world, or am I going to do what's right for me within this decaying world?
Right. And a lot of people don't agree with that, and I understand why people don't agree with those types of decisions. But again, like Beauchamp said, you're forced to put yourself in the shoes of Wander and that character. And if you really sit down and if you really think about what you would really do, instead of just saying, "Oh, I would do what's best for mankind or everyone else," I think you might. Yeah, I think you might do some soul searching, especially considering people that you're very close to, and people that you love a lot. And I think that you would get to a point where you would heavily question, sacrificing that person if you had a chance to save them.
Yeah.
Well, it's become an overused trope,
Sure.
and if anything has become cliche, this definitely has.
Yeah, that's more what
it's a like altruistic hero that like I'll do anything to protect the world.
Right.
And I like how this game explores that notion of selfishness.
Yeah, really, all the stuff that I say I feel is cliche, and I don't totally like about the story. It's more in the ending, and just like at the very end.
Right.
I like the parts that, because this game is such a minimalistic experience, I like where it's open to interpretation, like how we were going to our theories about the beginning of the game. I really like that, and the reasons for why you're fighting each Colossus and all that, and all that's really good. It's just when it gets to the end, it feels like it's a bit more explicit in what it's doing, and it's not leaving much to interpretation there. It's sort of like saying this is the way it is.
It had to wrap everything together. It had to tie in whatever loose ends there might be. So I won't call that cliche. It was the game was doing what it had to do. Yeah,
it was sort of forced to, but I also feel like they could have left it a little more open-ended, and because the beginning was so open-ended, it didn't really need to be tied in a bow at the end.
I will disagree with you there. I think the beginning was really explicit. The backstory is totally open-ended.
Yeah,
because it's just Wander bringing Mono to the temple.
Yeah, but I mean more along the lines of like the reasons why, and yeah, like you said, the backstory. Not so much exactly what's happening at the moment of the beginning. So one thing I noticed that I'm not sure if many other people picked up on was that when you're being told what to do at the beginning and the Colossus you have to destroy, Dorman doesn't say that doing this will save the girl. He really doesn't say anything. He's just like, hey, you're here? You should go kill these guys. And you're just like, alright, yeah, that sounds cool. And he doesn't give you any hope that he's actually going to save the girl. You just are so blinded by your quest to save her that you just assume that this must be what you have to do.
Well, you see, I think that ties into the mythological, legendary aesthetic that it has going on. The malicious or darker deities will never outright promise anything. Like, they'll always try to lead you astray.
Yeah, and he totally just either knows and he doesn't care, or he just doesn't know and he's blinded by what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think just the fact that you have the sword too is a representation of you knowing that item has a certain power, and that that it is associated with a certain folklore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so if you don't know that this being can save the girl, you at least know that this being is very powerful and is able to do powerful things. So that was my interpretation.
You don't know the extent of its power,
right.
but you know that it can do some pretty incredible things.
Yeah, I just feel like he's sort of digging himself a hole there, because he's trying to very much trust the deity that your clansmates are telling you that is the evil one, basically, or it seems to be that way. And he's putting a lot of faith into something that it's probably not very trustworthy.
I guess sort of the last thing, since we have discussed the ending, we should maybe talk a little bit. This game is one of the more popular titles to come out for the PlayStation 2 as far as having a cult following, and the designer has only ever released two games. Which he was actually the animator in Enemy Zero, which was released for the Sega Saturn in 1997, and then of course he did Ico, which we will be playing in the playthrough in September, which is going to be awesome. Can't wait. And
I just heard somebody whisper "eco."
Yeah,
Eco. I'm sorry. Gosh,
It's all right.
you don't want to wrestle Duke.
Yeah. I don't do that stuff anymore. Weird Al just did a tremendous job of pointing out word crimes, so I'll just let him handle the
Still
policing
sort
from now
of
on.
linger in your brain there.
Yeah.
I still have scars from Chris jumping on me during the collector cast for saying Y's instead of E's. So
Hey, that's better than my first pronunciation. I looked at like YS. Is that E's?
Yeah, because originally
Yes.
I think the Master System cart has the apostrophe, so it makes it look like it's possessive. So it's like, oh, that game must belong to E's, and he's like,
It belongs to Y.
but he pronounces Lutece wrong, so we'll give you a pass.
Yeah, no Lutices.
So anyway, let's get back on topic here.
Right, yeah, Team Eco, right?
Yeah, Fumito Ueda. He has only made Ico and Shadow the Colossus, and Team Eco, which is his group. They left Sony.
Yeah, that's...
Did they? Huh. I haven't heard that.
It leaves you to think that The Last Guardian might be in developmental limbo now. I mean, if it hasn't been already, now it's...
Yeah, the last news that I read about that was that he had left and he was continuing to consult on the project.
Yes.
As Sony continued to finish it up. Every time someone asks someone at Sony for an official comment, they say they have nothing to say, and every time that the press goes ahead and says, okay, we can pretty much confirm that it's canceled, Sony does make a point of coming out and saying, no, it's not canceled. We just have nothing to say right now.
Yeah.
So,
they're kind of saying, like, it's not canceled until we say it is.
Right. Yeah. They're saying it's not canceled yet.
Basically, that's what they're saying, yeah, which is really unfortunate, because that E3 2009 demo, or sizzle trailer, really had me
It's
hooked.
incredible. Yeah. My understanding is that he is under contract to finish this game.
Right.
If he is legally bound to this game, then there is some hope that that it will be finished, or at least there will be lots of heavy litigation.
Yeah, I was reading an article just today about how when someone was interviewing a Polygon article about Sony's worldwide studio exec, I think it was, and he was saying that basically, if a game is going to be cancelled that they've already revealed to the public, they will tell us in like clear words. And he was saying that he saw an article from a major website saying that the game was cancelled, and he was heartbroken because he said it's not cancelled, it's just in progress.
Right.
Oh yeah, I think I read that. That was like a tweet or something. I think somebody from IGN said, "Yep, Last Guardian canceled."
Yeah.
And then Scott Rode, I think, was the guy. So like he said, I was, on Twitter, I was having lunch with Shuhei Yoshida, and we chuckled over this because it is not canceled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, chuckle all you want, but finish up your lunch and get back to the office.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
We won it this century.
Yeah, no.
While we're young.
Team Eco is bound to completing at least one more title before they can do their own thing.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully,
I almost wonder if the massive, I don't want to say massive success, but like if the massive cult following of the first two games is adding additional pressure,
Sure.
and that if the current project doesn't have the same feel, or if they don't feel like it's up to that quality standard, I feel like they think they have the freedom to say, okay, well, let's take another 3 or 4 years and just figure it out with our 18-person team. So that's the other thing, is that they're not like Ubisoft that makes like an Assassin's Creed game every 8 months with a team of 145 people. It's a small team doing very focused work.
Yeah.
And large games
it's it's a big game for a small group to undertake. So we're kind of at the same point we've been for the last couple of years, with the only bit of hope being that every time someone comes out and says it's not a thing anymore, Sony's usually pretty quick to say like no, it's a thing. But the cynical people or the skeptical people might say like, well, that's just something they're saying, for those people who are on the fence about buying a PS4, so that they can have that thing on the back of their mind, like, and we'll also get The Last Guardian eventually,
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's I'm at this point, it's there's a lot of people saying it's vaporware. I'm still in the wait and see group. I'm still really hopeful.
Yeah.
I'm hoping against hope.
Yeah, I think there's always hope, because you think of the best example is StarCraft 2 for Blizzard. That was supposed to happen like 2004 or something like that, at the latest, and it just kept getting delayed, and there's like, what was it, 2010 when it finally came out? I think something like that, and that was nearly a decade after they released the previous game, and
I mean,
it's still a lot of time since Shadow came out.
Yeah, it's really is crazy how and when you consider like how much money this game will I don't think this game will sell gangbusters when it comes out.
No.
It'll sell pretty well, and it'll kind of fade into like it'll sell a little bit here and there. So it's at some point like you almost wonder if Sony will just say like, listen, like we're creating more of a bad situation as far as like it looks like we don't know how to run this game division. It's costing us X amount of money. People are going to be upset when it's canceled anyway. Like you really would think at this point, if it wasn't going to happen, they'd say something. So that's kind of like where I'm kind of placing my hope in the I'm trying to make it rational in my own head, but like I just want them to say something like with like a February in it. So
I don't know how true the statement is, or like how credible it is, but apparently Ueda is a very like artistically minded perfectionist type of a creator, and apparently The Last Guardian was done, and upon like review of it, Ueda said, no, it doesn't have quite the feel I'm going for. Let's scrap it and start all over again.
Well, the long delay, I could see that, but that's a pretty big order even for someone with power. I don't know. If
whether that's true or not, I don't know. But if it is, why can't they just go and tweak those areas that need improvement? Why does it have to be, totally, put in the trash can and done?
And this is what happens when you announce games way too early.
Yeah.
And I mean, wouldn't you just rather kind of not know that they're working on anything? I just want to go back to the world where like Half-Life 3 is the only game that like you don't think will ever come out and you really want to happen. Like back where things make sense.
There is no such thing as 3.
There's an interesting Polygon video about two of their editors just talking about their beliefs and their hopes for The Last Guardian. Maybe we should put that in the links. So because they sort of elaborate on what we're talking about now. But anyway, Rich did say that some of the members of Team Eco have gone their own way and formed essentially an indie studio.
Mm-hmm.
And they are working on 2 titles, one of which I believe is called The Dangerous Men, and that's going to be more like action-y, shooty, you know. And the second title will be Vane, and that is going to have a very like Shadow of the Colossus, Eco, Last Guardian type feel to it, like very minimalist.
Yeah,
I'm
looking at an article of it right now, and that's the feel I'm getting from the screenshots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So hopefully we should try to put that in the show notes too.
Absolutely.
So there is hope. It's not necessarily The Last Guardian, but at least we'll get something similar.
Yeah.
It's like when you want a filet mignon, you just get, a tri-steak.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I, even though they revealed the game way too early for The Last Guardian, I am kind of happy that they're not giving us dates, because I really don't like when we keep getting dates and then delays. I think I'd much rather have suspenseful nothing than annoyance with continual
if we're talking about games that have dates and don't hit their dates, Pure Solar HD, man. They keep saying like, oh, it'll be ready in December. Come November, they're like, oh, we're gonna shoot for March now.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I'm kind of cool with that, like to a point. Like I'm cool with them saying, okay, The Last Guardian's a thing, we don't have a date yet. But if that rolls on forever, then it becomes an issue.
That's true.
Like right now you have like, okay, Kingdom Hearts 3 is a thing. Here's a super early trailer. We have no gameplay to show you. It's far away. Okay, thanks for letting us know that it's happening. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
And then 2 years from now, please show us,
you want updates. You want proof
thing,
that it is actually being worked on.
Right.
Yeah, I'm happy with updates. I'm just not happy with dates, because dates imply they're setting themselves a deadline. I'd rather let them get it right and take their time than give us a date and try and rush it for that.
Well, this is the generation of delays, so
seems like it.
What do you expect?
Yeah, the number 3 does not exist in this generation.
Well, I just want to kind of express my just sort of final thoughts on this game. Playing it, I did play it on PlayStation 2, which I thought, even for PlayStation 2, the graphics were phenomenal and just such a beautiful game. Well, probably the most beautiful game I feel like I've played on the PlayStation 2. This game has actually made me want to go out and buy a PlayStation 3.
Really?
Well, I'm glad that you have been persuaded, and you're sort of on the bench to be on the right team.
Never.
With the worst R2 and L2 buttons, but we can fix them.
Hey, we fix that with the DualShock 4, okay?
Yep. Yeah, get a 4 if you get the 3. It works with it now.
Not on everything yet. They're working on it.
Oh, really?
No.
I thought I read that the update came out.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong. I thought I just read that a couple days ago. Go ahead, Rich. So did you just bought a PlayStation 3 and...
No, I have not bought a PlayStation 3.
Oh,
but,
no, you're breaking my heart.
But I fully intend
like
to just to have the
now.
HD remake of this game and actually, Ico. So...
And you also pick up Journey as well, if you like this
Yes,
kind of
definitely.
Do get Journey and
Definitely.
dabble with a Flower, because that is another beautiful game.
Yeah, if you get the physical version of Journey, it comes with a flower, which really, really is beautiful. It's one of the few games that, I'll just look at and I'm like, why am I almost crying? Like, it's just so beautiful.
Yeah.
Also, my favorite game on the PS3 is the system update. I can play that thing for hours, and sometimes I have no choice.
Don't forget installing game.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, guys. Well, I want to go ahead and wrap this up, and I just want to say
quickly. Did we
Sure.
thank our participants?
That's exactly what I was going to do,
Oh,
Floyd,
okay.
but I
Seriously.
appreciate it. I was going to say, when Last Guardian comes out, we said that it may not be a blockbuster seller, but I know 18 people that will be buying that game.
Yeah, 18 people will definitely buy it, even though one one of whom will not be able to play it.
Right. So our participants were myself, Fleach, Wild Bill 52, Crabmaster 2000, Engineer Mike, Two Scoop Steve, Rustly Man, High Wind, Flea, Oat Bob, Rido,
I think
Eric
you got that
Scapade.
right.
I did. I paused. Dougly 007, Retro Rage, Beauchamp, the Stigzilla, and Mr. Tech Wizard. So thank you guys so much for joining us. It was a record-breaking month for participants, and we were happy to have all of you. The forums were loaded. Conversation was great, and that's exactly the way a playthrough should be. So
give yourselves a round of applause for beating this mammoth of a game.
Absolutely,
you guys deserve it.
Yeah. Absolutely, and special thanks to Bill for joining us. We appreciate it.
No problem. Right. Great game. Happy to talk about it. Hope I didn't steal too much air.
No, that's good.
So that concludes episode 4 of the RFGeneration Community Playthrough Wrap-Up. Thanks for joining us for June games, Suikoden, and Shadow of the Colossus. In July, join us as we play Chrono Trigger, originally on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, and one of the most popular RPGs to come about at that time. We'll also be playing on the modern side a handful of indie PC games, Minecraft, Gone Home, The Stanley Parable, and Dear Esther. Special thanks to all who participated in the playthroughs in June. Thanks for your feedback in the forums, and if you have more feedback, please be sure to visit them and let us know what you think. Also, another special thank you to our 2 guests this month, Sir Psycho and Bill, for joining us in the podcast wrap-up. We hope you'll join us in July, and until then, happy gaming!